you're breaking down my walls again, just to set me free. Why do I, baby, why do I love the way you always leave me? Why do I, baby, why do I love the touch but never love the feeling? Why do I, baby, why do I love the way you always leave me? Why do I, baby, why do I love the touch but never love the feeling? Staying up when I go out, you gotta know I'm all yours. But when I say what's that about, you start slurring your words. Tell me why you have to seem so distant when I'm holding you. Your fingertips are drifting away, and I fucking love how it hurts. Why do I, baby, why do I love the way you always leave me? Why do I, baby, why do I love the touch but never love the feeling? Why do I, baby, why do I love the way you always leave me? Why do I, baby, why do I love the touch but never love the feeling? Why do I, baby, why do I? Why do I, baby, why do I? Why do I, baby, why do I love the touch but never love the feeling?
Suck me in slow, breathe me in and let me go. Filling the lungs inside you, and the blackened eyes make my way into your mind. Just to know what you knew. Restless every time we start locking eyes. Lost control. Let the darkness
Hello, 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 and welcome to the grand finals of the Shadow League. We've seen an incredible couple of games, especially that Sinners versus Sangle match that happened just now. But without further ado, we're going to head into the grand finals. Will we see a victor crowned of either Lyngby Vikings or Sinners? It's going to be a very close game, and well, I can't wait to get into it. Of course, I'm Mikasa Kramer 3. I'm joined by the wonderful Ted as we talk you through this, well, what could potentially be full 3 series.
Oh, what a game do we have ahead of ourselves. And I mean, it's been such a long month since the beginning of the Shadow League. We've had so many teams. We've had 16 teams to start with. Well, there's only 2 left. Lyngby Vikings, Sinners, they're gonna fight for the first place prize. Of course, that being, I believe, $12,000 US, which is, well, that's a fair amount. That's a fair amount. Yeah, we could figure out what to do with that. And well, Lyngby Vikings against Sinners. Of course, Lyngby, they're coming into this one as the heavier underdogs, I believe. But well, I'm saying heavy underdogs only because against Hellraisers they were shaky, and Sinners were anything but shaky against Sango. If they were shaky just as half as Lyngby were against Hellraisers, Sinners wouldn't be in the finals right now, because Sango, they put up one hell of a fight. And well, at this point, I believe that for the Danes to win this one, they will need to capitalize on just Sinners having to play a really long best of 3 before this final, straight before this final, and maybe try and utilize the fatigue that has been building up in Sinners. But nonetheless, we're still waiting for the veto. How do you feel about this one, Kramer, before we have the veto?
Oh, to throw it out there, I think on paper Lyngby have the upper hand, but looking at that Sinners game, I think Sinners are the ones who, at least momentum, are the ones, you know, who are here to win. To make a prediction, I think Lyngby are going to take it 2-1 on maps. This is without seeing the veto, though.
So you think that Lyngby are gonna win it?
But 2-1.
Okay. You know, after we see the veto, I'm gonna say it as well, but I will go for Sinners. I really feel like Sinners are gonna win it. And this is all on the back of just Lyngby being extremely shaky earlier against Hellraisers. Of course, we might take our time to go through what actually these teams have been through in the Shadow League so far. We might do a quick recap. Of course, for the side of Sinners, well, they have been, I think that impressive would be an understatement. Sinners, they have they've lost only 1 map from the beginning of the Shadow League, and they haven't dropped a single best of 3. They started off in a 2-0 fashion against Vexed in the Swiss system, following up 2-0 victory against Sango as well, 2-0 victory against Colt, 2-1 victory against Sango now to qualify. And well, they pretty much haven't lost a single game so far, so they're coming in with a 100% win rate. And well, on the other side, for the side of Lyngby Vikings, we actually have pretty much the same, but I need to open up actually the games in the group stage, because I see their last 3 games, not every single one of them, but they won against Hellraisers in a 2-1 fashion. They won against Invictus in a 2-1 fashion, and their last game in the group stage was actually against Invictus again, where they won in a 2-0 one. So Lyngby, they're coming in strong as well on the back of this one. I think they haven't dropped a single series as well. They started things off with a victory against Cult, following a victory against Nexus, and following the victory against Invictus that we spoke about. So these are actually the 2 teams that haven't lost a single game to this point.
We've also got the veto win. Nuke, Inferno, and Train. And now, this veto, I do believe, actually shows a bit of strength towards the Lyngby Vikings. Simply because Nuke is one of their strongest maps. We then have Inferno, of course, Sinners proving to be one of the best, you know, Inferno teams in the tournament, if not the best. And then Vertigo, which Lyngby Vikings favour heavily. It's their highest win rate map. So this goes all 3. Lyngby are going to have the upper hand here.
Oh, now that we have the veto, actually, yeah, I'm still gonna stick with my Sinners prediction for the entire series, but I really think that the veto is Lyngby. Can I actually change my prediction here?
You want to change it?
I want to change it. I think
Go on.
Lyngby are gonna take this one 2-0.
You
I
see 2-0 for Lyngby here?
I think Lyngby are gonna take this one 2-0. If it goes to 3 maps, I still think Lyngby are gonna take it.
Yeah.
The veto is
Lyngby.
extremely in their favor.
Yeah, they absolutely take it when it goes to a third map. And for Sinners, if they want a chance, they need to do it on Nuke. They have a better chance of upsetting the map pick of Lyngby rather than the third map. And so, for Lyngby, if they take map 1, then they've won the series. In my opinion, at least.
Well, I believe so as well. And it's only because we saw a bit of a shaky performance from Sinners on Inferno. And I think that Lyngby are pretty sick on Inferno. We've seen them as well. They have had problems as well, but still they are sick on it. And Nuke is gonna be, you know what is devastating for Sinners? They're gonna play the exact same first 2 maps that they did against Sango, and I think they might have this bit of burnout in them. So, oh, this is such a confusing one because Lyngby, they were shaky against Hellraisers, which will tell me that Sinners actually come in as the favorites, but on paper, and having the fact that Lyngby actually, they're a decent team. Like, they are in general, I believe, a better team than Sinners. And, well, if they don't do as many mistakes against Sinners as they did against Hellraisers, and looking at the veto, I think they should have a pretty easy, I don't want to say easy, but a pretty convincing one in the bag.
I don't want to say it's easy, but it's definitely going to be tough. That's for sure. Let's see how they fare, though. And tell you what, let's see if they can catch out some of these members for now. As for the most part, it's going to be a tough fight, to say the least. To give a score prediction, you want to give us one for Nuke? Said.
Ooh, I think for Nuke, it's gonna be something like 16-7 Lyngby. I think it's gonna be a pretty one-sided fashion. What about you? How do you feel about this one?
I think it's 16 or 16-11, 16-10.
So you think Sinners are gonna put up a pretty decent fight on Nuke?
They're going to put up a fight, but I don't know if they can take it.
Yeah, well, in my opinion, they shouldn't be taking it. Just for the statistics, the last 5 times that these teams have actually clashed, speaking about maps, of course, well, Lyngby have won 3 maps, and Sinners have won 2. The last best.
What is the map for Sinners one?
Now is the interesting part. Now it is the interesting part. The last best of 3 that they played was actually 1 week ago. Exactly 1 week ago. And, well, it went in favor of Lyngby in a 2-0 fashion. And do you know what the first 2 maps were?
I imagine.
Do you want to guess? Try and guess.
Inferno Nuke?
Yes. And
Oh.
Lyngby, they won the Nuke in a 16-3 fashion. And they won on
3.
And they won on Inferno in a 16-6 one. That is the worrying part. That is the worrying part. And that was recently. That was last week. That was just 1 week before they had the exact same first 2 maps, and Sinners won a combine of 9 rounds on them.
That is horrific. That is horrifically one-sided. I fear in this game. At this point, I fear, absolutely fear for this side of Sinners then.
Yeah, and they're coming up. They're coming on the back of such a long best of 3 against the likes of Sango that they might be a bit tired. They might be a bit frustrated at this point. And, well, I really think that Lyngby are going to be the favorites. I'm actually taking my words back. I think Lyngby are the heavy favorites coming into this one.
Yeah.
Especially when you have the fact that Sinners won only 9 rounds combined the last time that they played. And this is just crazy. Of course, there is this game on the 23rd of January, where actually Sinners won the entire best of 3, but they won on Inferno actually in a 16-11 fashion, and they won on Vertigo in a 16-12, and lost Train 16-7. But still, that is half a month ago, and the recent one is 1 week ago. So, who knows? Who knows? I think they're gonna be in a lot of trouble. Of course,
It's gonna be a bloodbath, that's for sure.
it is. And ladies and gents, make sure to tell us what your predictions are in the chat. Of course, let me remind you, this is the last game of the first season of the Shadow League, which of course we hope that it won't be the last season of the Shadow League. I'm absolutely loving this tournament. I'm absolutely loving casting on it. And of course, a big part of that comes to me having really decent, perfect partners to cast as my partner in crime.
Oh, of course, Link,
Kremer.
Sonic, and Sandman. We wouldn't. Oh, or me. Yeah. Link, Sonic, and Sandman. We wouldn't do it without them.
No, you know what? They're not partners. They're like, Link Sonic is your partner, but not a casting partner like the other.
It's. I say it. I'm happy. Whenever I'm doing an event, if he's on the Russian broadcast, I'd be a happy man.
Well, yeah, audio and video not synchronized. Well, they are. It's just not us that you're seeing on your screen.
That isn't us.
Yeah, that
is
isn't us. Hopefully for the second season, we're gonna have cameras as well, and we're not gonna be
I am
using.
rocking a quarantine haircut right now. I think it's probably for the best that it's not. That we're not on camera at the moment.
I'm having a quarantine beard, so don't
Are
worry.
you growing a beard at the moment? So really let yourself go there, mate.
Oh, I can send you a picture on Instagram if you want to see it. It's actually here.
Sure. We'll have to see. We will have to see. But
That's us. Yeah, that's us. We are TEDCS underscore and Kremer32 on Twitter, guys. So, well, at this point, I think we could take a brief look at what happened so far. Okay, so we started in the group stage because apparently this is our last game. We started in the group stage. 0-3 going VP Prodigy and Navi Junior. 1-3 Nexus, Young Ninjas Unique. 2-3 just step away from the playoffs. Gabriel Legion, Case, and Budapest 5 went out. Going into the playoffs, we had Code being knocked out of Sinners. We had Project X losing to Sangyo, Vex losing to Hellraisers, Invictus losing to Lyngby. Then Sinners winning against Sangyo, Lyngby winning against Hellraisers, and now here we are. And after saying this out loud, I realized there has been some pretty solid teams left behind. And Sinners and Lyngby, that is quite a statement. I believe that winning this tournament will pretty much cement the best out of the tier 2-3 scene here. Because
without doubt, we've had pretty much every top tier, top end of whatever tier we're in. I'd say this is tier 2, tier 3.
Tier 3, yeah.
This kind of like a hybrid tier. Whoever wins this tournament is going to be at the top of that. And I would argue that, Sinners, Birth from Sky, both of which kind of on the cusp of top 30, probably just tier 2. And I reckon that they're going to have a real chance of trying to make some deep headway into that top 30 zone if they can take this tournament.
Surely they will be able to do so, as of course, I'm really looking forward to seeing how these teams continue to perform outside of the Shadow League, because as we know, both of them, you pointed it out, they've been doing pretty decent job outside of the Shadow League as well. Lyngby currently ranked 33rd in the world. Sinners actually in the top 30. They're on the 30th position. So that is maybe one of the closest matchups that we could ask for. And I really believe that if Lyngby win this one, which I believe they do, they might make their way into a top 30 as well after the next update. Because again,
could do.
Yeah, again, this is quite the statement. And winning a final against a team that's higher placed than you surely gives you some points. But
absolutely.
At this point, we are yet to see. As by the way, I wanna hear your predictions about. We said what we think is gonna happen on Nuke. What do you think is gonna happen on Inferno? As both of us think that Lyngby are gonna take Nuke, but what happens on Inferno then? Because Sinners, they put up quite the fight against Sangyo on it.
That's gonna be interesting. I reckon assuming Nuke is as kind of even as I say, I think that, or as I predict, I think that Sinners might be able to take Inferno. As soon as they Inferno, that forces to a map 3 of Virgo.
You think that it could be a 3-mapper?
I think it's going to be a three-mapper. What about you, Ted? What are your thoughts?
My thoughts are just 2-0. I think it's gonna be 2-0 Lyngby Vikings. I don't really see Sinners winning a map here. And the thing is that I don't really see Sinners with just putting up a fight, really. I think Lyngby are gonna crush them, and it's not because Sinners are a bad team. We saw what they're capable of against Sango. I think it's more of a back of just being tired after playing for so long. Because playing for so long before a game like that surely could make a difference. There, though, I'm thinking about, for example, Navi winning the final of the Blast against Astralis. Because Navi, they went in off the back of a best of 3 against Liquid, and they crushed Astralis in a 2-0 fashion. And this is the point where you ask yourselves, do you think that Sinners are coming in hot on their heels after the win against Sango, just with more inspiration to play, wanting to go in the server and play as fast as possible? Or do you think that they come in tired, they come in frustrated after such a long time, and at this point they don't even care if they win or not?
We'll have to see. We'll have to see. And yeah, you make a valid point about how fatigue is going to be a massive issue that I guess if they're able to combat it, really, everyone Sinners. But I do wonder, Ted. I do wonder. But more importantly, do you think that fatigue is going to weigh on Lyngby's mind at all? Because Lyngby, of course, late yesterday, trying to qualify or finish their quarterfinal game, having I think it was 4-hour delay. Now that they're here, having had to play this morning, having to play again now, how do you think they'll fare?
Oh, I don't think they'll be tired. And I think we're going to see one hell of a performance from NATO Safex, actually. Because NATO, he realizes that because he's not on a contract with Lyngby, apparently, all of us know that, he is still looking for a team. He wants to compete on the highest level. He says that he needs to perform on the highest level because he can deliver there, which of course we've seen him do, being constant for so many teams. But at this point, NATO, I think he should realize that in order to have the chance to achieve his goal to play in a top tier team, he needs to show dominance on this level. He needs to show that he is actually better than these guys, and show that he actually deserves to go to the pro level, to the top tier level more than them. Because that's his goal, apparently. His goal isn't to achieve great things with Lyngby Vikings, from what I know and from what I've seen so far. His goal is to achieve great things individually so far, just to get to a team that could fight for the best. And for NATO, it's really important to win this final. If he does, he could just stand up and say, alright, I came to Lyngby, I made them a top 30 team, and I won the tournament. And I'm ready to level up. Because he needs to prove himself. He's been playing in top teams, but for example in Heroic, he didn't last long. In Complexity, he was only a stand-in. Before that, he was only a stand-in with Mousesports, I believe it was. So, NATO hasn't really proved that he could be a force that boosts the performance of a team and to be a consistent one. And this is his chance here.
Without a doubt. And, well, we'll have to see how they fare moving forward. And I'll tell you what, do you think that if NATO doesn't show up, do Lyngby still have a chance to win based on the firepower of, like, Rals, for instance? Or do you think right now NATO is pivotal to their success?
Ooh, I think they can win without him as well. But for him individually, it's really important. And I think that's what's going to be the reason for him to just put up a decent performance. But we've seen time and time again, and we discussed that in the game against Hellraisers. The reason why Lyngby are such a sick team right now is because before, for example, in the first 2 weeks that they played with NATO, it was just a one-man show from NATO Safex. The entire team playing around him, the entire team setting him up for kills, for good positions, for peaks, just to try and be the hyper carry. Now though, Lyngby, yeah, they're still setting up NATO a lot. He's still playing that kind of maybe a bit of a bait op setup at times. But that's why we see him in clutches so often, for example. But the thing is that even like that, NATO still isn't that setup of an oper right now. It's more of a team play game from Lyngby, and we see every single one of them doing damage. And this is what helps them to be such a good team.
Without a doubt. Let's see how they fare moving ahead though then, because for the time being, it's going to be a bit of a the snipe round kicking off, and as they go on forward, do you think that's going to be a do you think that side you start on is really going to matter here, or do you think it's just going to be no matter what, yeah, this team's going to win on either side?
Well, Sinners actually performed really well against Sango and Nuke, and they had a pretty decent CT side on top of that.
Yeah.
So
we didn't expect it to be that good as well.
Yeah, I believe that Lyngby are gonna be more than willing to start on the CT side, because we saw that Sinners are like have some problems on the T side. They struggle to close things out, but nonetheless, well, that won't be provided to them, as the Vikings, they will have to start as the aggressors. Ladies and gentlemen, we are ready for the final of the Shadow League. Sinners versus Lyngby. Who's gonna take it and who's gonna go down on the second place? Let's see.
As we get into this fifth round, we look over towards Sinners. They're going to go into this with the drop CZ onto Oscar. The standard default, we saw that worked admirably against this Sangle side. Let's see how it fares against Lyngby, who go for early control towards door. Util expended. Now the armored players head towards ramp. BCE spotting them out, trying to do damage to boss with the base sales. So we're trying to do some mob, but Relax will be the one shut down. BCE responsible shut down fashion though, as he goes 4-on-4 now as the players bolt their way down towards B. The other the next man to try and fight from control, trying to catch up these members, unable to do so for the time being though, as Lyngby Vikings, they turn around, they hightail it out of there. They sprint back up from ramp, they turn their attention back down towards the safe site, as they congregate towards lobby, and they look to execute out onto Zedko. So from Scar, the flank, no good for one. Trades there as Zedko finds later to the flank, able to shut down Bird from Scar as well, as Rouse gets next to the man was able to find Relax, BT to respond onto Bird from Scar as it falls down to Rouse, and a 1 versus 2 now. What can he do with it?
Let's see, Rouse. He still needs to find 2 players. Has the bomb at his disposal, and the timing might be just perfect for him. Are they gonna go back towards HUD and check though? He's gonna get the bomb plant, and this is a nice way to start out, but he needs instant 2 headshots. And is he gonna be ready for both these players here? He's supposed to first post both of them and tags one of them low. Gonna get the first, and now Rouse having the 1 versus 1, and Rouse, he's gonna clutch it, landing the headshot onto Neofrag, and that's the perfect start for Lyngby Vikings.
Perfect little opening there, and well, with that, let's see how they fare moving on ahead. That's a beautiful little pistol round by the Vikings there. Flank came in, and to be honest, Sinners, they were really, really good for their trades. However, they weren't able to come out on top in time, and with that, we see the response come through. And as Lyngby, they move on forward. Let's see how they fare. Now they have this 1 round advantage, and how they fare against Sinners full fight.
This is gonna be the force, as we said, from Sinners. But Lyngby, they're quick to make their way down the fence and to get a bomb down towards B side, where, of course, Shock is there to shut down Rouse. Fasher to give one in return onto Oscar, but that was quite a statement here. Nice shot on the Desert Eagle. Zedko continuing to challenge towards outside, where Fasher is gonna fall in the hands of Beastic, but still the retake should come through from the side of Sinners, as Bird from Sky there to shut down Beastic. Now the 3 versus 3, they don't have a defuse kit to work with, and they don't have any other smokes and grenades, so it's gonna be a tough one nonetheless. They need to find every single kill here. They can't just go and stick it, and this might come to hold them, as the time is actually running low, and I don't think that they have a time to go for this. There's the molly on the bomb, surely they don't have no time, and well, relax NATO, they're gonna find the initial kills, as NATO spotting the 3rd player. Gonna go down to Shock, but it won't even matter, as this was the force buy from Sinners, which means that damage wasn't enough. They needed the round win, and they don't get it. Lyngby onto a flying start on the T side of Nuke.
Absolutely. Their ability to win that round as well means that they're going to have just a perfect opportunity to pull on ahead, as for now, Sinners will go to their next eco. It's a chance for Lyngby Vikings to try and shut down anyone who comes their way, as if they're able to do so.
Your accent isn't too posh to be Eminem. Why are you chatting? No.
Well,
You know what your accent is. Your accent is like
like
radio station accent.
I sound like Boris Johnson, man.
You sound like a radio station guy. Like 96.2, we're back with the hits of the 90s. Something like that. It's exactly that. Say that. Say that.
Oh my lord. Sinners, there you go. Let's see how it fares.
No, I can just hear you how you're saying. Radio station Birmingham at 96.2. The hit from the 28th century.
The 28th century.
The
Wow,
20th.
we go
The
forward.
20th. The 20th. Don't you say it like that?
I hope I don't say it like that.
20th. It should be.
20th. 20th.
Yeah, that's you.
Senko is able to shut down Fasha as we see more players push on forward. And it's a bit damage done either way, but as Senko falls to the bomb, it's going to be Lyngby with the third, and they really haven't taken much damage at all. You know, bar a bit of the kills that went on the pistol round, they've actually not taken any damage whatsoever. And as they make themselves, as they pull themselves forward to a third, Sinners go to their first buy round, but even then it's kind of shaky. Oscar with a scout, Beastie with only a fam ass. It's really Lyngby's chance to try and pull ahead here.
They do. Sinners yet to go for their first buy round, as there we have it. The scout in the hands of Oscar, the M4s, the FAMAS in the hands of Beastic. Still they have a fair amount of utility as well as the fuse kit, so it is pretty much their chance to get back into this. But Lyngby, they're looking pretty confident and saving this additional Mac 10. I actually really love that. It just shows that they're really keen on trying to shut down the economy of Sinners. They don't actually respect them that much in this scenario. They're trying to do as much damage as possible in this round. Not necessarily to win it, but still, they're gonna have a slight advantage.
That down. Oscar, that's a lovely scout shot to open things up. We're going to do a bit more damage as well, as he's able to find Fasher. And at that, Oscar, he's decided to show up to the party. Hello, Oscar. Welcome to the server. And he's able to find Relax at that as well. A third of the round now. On for the fourth. Misses his shot onto NATO Sapphics. But if that's not a reason to fear him, I'm not sure what is. NATO Sapphics and Rouse, they respond in unison. But with their HP so low, I doubt Sinners are going to really have much trouble cleaning them up here.
Let's see, at this point, the game for Lyngby is just maximum damage. They'll have no troubles reinvesting into the next one whatsoever, and we might see the AWP and NATO as well, but are they going to be able to do some more? At Beastic, he might not be ready for the wrap from NATO Sapphics. This might be a free kill for NATO, and indeed it will be now the 2 versus 2, and this was originally the 2v5. Oscar doing so much damage, imagine it's not enough. Imagine they lose this one. That's going to be battering for Sinners. But still, the low HP might come to haunt them as Neo. He's gonna have the first kill onto Rouse. Now NATO Sapphics in the 1 versus 2, and Neo, he's gonna take him down as well. Sinners, they win it, but it was too expensive.
Yeah, absolutely right. Way too expensive, but nonetheless, Sinners come out on top, and they're gonna be able to rebuy. Only just, it'll scrape the bottom of the barrel, but it's a buy at that, and that should be enough really to try and topple Lyngby Vikings here, who their buy, it's shaky, you know, there's AKs, there's armor, there's not as much utility as you'd hope for, and on top of that, we do see that there is no AWP, well, nothing in the bank either.
In fact, there isn't, as they decide to go for the 5 AK buy once again. Let's see just to what extent does that work for them as they're making their way out towards outside. And I absolutely love that meta with the deep outside smokes. We say that every single time, but it is a pretty decent thing to follow. But Oscar is gonna find the first. Oscar with the second, and I think Oscar is feeling quite hot here at Nuke. That's insane.
Yeah, Oscar, he's got finals to win. As Sapphics and Relax, once again, the last two members are standing in a 2 versus 5, and there's even still a minute left on the clock, and at this point, they generally might just have to go save.
They might have to. 55 seconds. Once again, they're in the 2 versus 5. But this time, damage isn't enough because they're going to be fully reset. They need to either save or try and clutch it. And, well, I think the save is going to be the option here for them. Lyngby, they get completely denied by Oscar once again. And this is something to work on because they haven't actually been denied as a team. They have been just losing to one player for the second round in a row. And it's crazy. The fact that Oscar manages to get, what, 5 kills from the same position in 2 rounds. First with the scout, then 2 with the AWP. It's just scary.
No.
It's scary. Lyngby, they shouldn't be allowing that. Oscar is playing the same position, repeating again and again and getting kills.
Love to see how it fares for now, as we're going to have to be well, with a second for Sinners now. Let's see just how Lyngby fare moving forward, and will be a shaky buy on those who survived, and, well, Sinners' chance to not only, even out the round count, but more importantly, get a nice substantial buy with a bit of economy behind them as well.
They do indeed, and oh, let's see how they fare as Lyngby. They reinvest into this one nonetheless. Of course, the tactical timeout will come through as they want to talk things over. They realize if they lose this one, well, pretty much the same that happened to Sanko might happen to them as well. And this is surely what they don't want to do.
No doubt. For now, I fear for Lyngby in this sense. Then I tell you what, Ted. Is there a round count that you think Sinners might genuinely have a chance here?
Oh, considering their city side is better, if they win the first half, I think they have a chance. If they win the first half. But, well, they have had troubles. And the thing is that on the city side against Sango, they dominated. This is the difference. And so far, it could go to domination. Because this could easily end in a 12-3 fashion. But at this point, I don't really think that Lyngby are going to allow that. They're going for the fast split towards A-Shock there to shut down the first relax fast on the refract. Now the 4 versus 4 Bistic with a pretty nice off angle. Has the support of Neo. There's the refracts working in wonders, and Lyngby just like that there in a 3 versus 2. Sinners in a man disadvantage retake, but Zetko, he's gonna fire back to Rouse, and still he's in a pretty upfront position. NATO Safix just barely getting the kill, and Oscar now in the 1 versus 2, but he has a huge HP advantage. They're waiting for him actually. They're not committing to that bomb plant. They are waiting for Oscar, and well, they don't feel secure to get the bomb down just yet.
So they start shifting in towards Oscar. 1 versus 1 with NATO. Again, NATO on such low amount of HP. This molly could be so detrimental to him as he's forced on away. Oscar spots him out. Fully blind though. NATO takes his head clean off, and Lyngby, they find that round, but they needed that round very damn quick. NATO, he doesn't go for the AWP. Instead, he sticks to the AK. And for Sinners now, as they move to their reinvestment, this is their chance to potentially pull ahead a bit further forward.
It is. It was a crucial one to win, especially considering that they wouldn't have any money after this one, even if they had the bomb plant. So it is an important one. They managed to win it. Now we're yet to see if Sinners move to the recovery, because they're still not out of this one just yet. Speaking about money, they can rebuy, they can have the AWP and Oscar, but Rouse, he's gonna have the opening onto Neofrag nonetheless. And now Lyngby, they can just slow things down. They hadn't had a round with a man up so far. They've had to work their way from being in a 2-man disadvantage, 1-man disadvantage all the time. So now we're actually about to see what Lyngby can show us on the T side of Nuke.
That doubt now, and as few shots ring out either way. Let's see how he fares. Try and take down this member. As Neofrag falls in a 5-on-4. We've got Oscar scoped in, trying to aggress towards the lobby, trying to catch out one of these members. Let's see if he's able to do so.
Look at the damage that they've done only with utility. Oscar and Beastic don't fire back. Shock, he's pushed all the way from Ram, but now onto a 2 versus 2 as the bomb has dropped towards the B bomb side, and it will go down. NATO trying to cut off the rotations, loses the fight against Zetko, leaving Fasher in a 1 versus 2. Still, Fasher has a pretty decent position, and they're hot on their heels to hunt him. Oh, and this is such a nice angle for Fasher to play with, but they're both gonna come from the same place. Are they ready for it? Fasher spotting the legs, plays the trigger discipline, ready for the second. Onik and Fasher, he's gonna win it. No way for Oscar.
Round.
It is.
Oh, he goes to the teabag as well.
Yeah. A bit of a teabag. You love to see it. You love to see it. And Lyngby, they reset the economy of Sinners just like that.
Without a doubt. And for now, as it goes on ahead, and Sinners, they go to call a timeout. And I like how Sinners are calling timeouts early, simply because it means that they can take a chance to just figure out what Lyngby are doing. And it means that they stop Lyngby from gaining too much momentum, at least for the most part. Take a moment to just breathe and figure out what to do next.
That shot was crisp though from Oscar. Well, at this point, what they're doing is just refragging really well. And that position from Fasher, that was just... You know, the point is, Oscar knows where Fasher is, but there's no way to come on top of that duo. Like, it's just impossible to fight against it from that position. And Sinners, they actually decide to go for the force. Surprisingly so. or just the half buy and the force onto Bistic, as he was in for a double eco here. Oscar, he's gonna have the Nova. Okay, I want to see the Nova. I want to see the Nova, and Oscar comes to hand. Come on, Oscar, show us what you've got.
We might not get a chance to see it, as for the time being, it's going to be an execution out towards the ramp. Shock trying to catch out some of these members, able to find the first, but Fasher gets the next say in the matter. Oh, and that, Nearfrag will try to do a bit of early damage himself. Good for one, both from Sky to trade, and considering that Lyngby are on such an awful buy, the fact they're trading consistently, or well, evenly as well, works so well for their advantage. As the time being, see how they fare moving forward.
I want to see the Nova. Beastic, of course, he could do a lot of damage with Deep as well, and some of these members are actually pretty heavy tag. Beastic, he's gonna find himself an AK, and at this point, does he just fall back and save it? Oscar with the Desert Eagle has the angle, but does he have the peak? Lyngby, they're playing this so patiently. They're just really disciplined in the way that they approach it, not underestimating the pistols, not underestimating the half buy, and well, in the end, it will lead to a round victory. Losing 2 players isn't too bad for the side of Lyngby, although it looked scrappy for a second. They managed to make it work, and that's gonna be number 6 on the board for them, as Sinners yet again on a buy round territory, as Beastic saving this AK is gonna pretty much make it easier for him, considering he had to force. He didn't have the money to go for an eco, so this buy round is gonna be pretty much ideal for the side of Sinners.
Yeah, and let's see how they fare. Let's see how they fare pushing on ahead in what's going to be a potential 7 for Lyngby right now. And if they can hit 6, I feel, on the C-side and nuke as well, it's probably about the most you can get away with. At 7-8, this is where you're really starting to look dominant, especially when you go to the favoured CT side. And for Sinners, if they can't try and find a way to quench this Lyngby aggression soon, they're going to be in a hell of a lot of trouble.
They will, and Oscar towards ramp. He might have a clear opening, as Fasher, he looks aware of the possibility. Oh, and NATO, he's gonna take down Oscar. That's a huge kill. Now they're gonna push towards ramp. Are they ready for shock? Yes, down the first. Is he gonna be good for the second? He's not. Zetko taking down Fasher towards outside. In the meantime, he's gonna equal things up. But still, man advantage. Could go in either ways, Rouse. 1 for 1 with Neofrag. And we're down to the 2 versus 2. But Lyngby, they've been winning these ones so far, and the bomb will go down.
And with that, Sinners, it falls down to Zedko and Beastie, both players by double door and single door, ready to just burst out at the same time. Swing goes wide, Zedko good for 1. Trade not quite there as NATO gets an extend the massive. Beastie comes out on top. And with that, Sinners find themselves a 3rd, as well as an AWP to save and a chance to pull themselves back.
They do have the chance, but the big problem for them is that they're going to be on yet another reset round. Because they win this one, but they win it with only 1 player surviving, which of course will make it harder for them to build up economy. And it is pretty much perfect for Lyngby. They're going to have enough to reinvest. And if they win it, yeah, if they lose it, they're reset. If they win it, they reset the economy of Sinners. So pretty much this round will tell us if Lyngby are going to win the first half or not.
Absolutely, and more importantly for Sinners as well, whether or not Lyngby win the half is one thing, it's how comfortably they do so is another. And I think at 6-3, Lyngby have a perfect opportunity to make this look convincing. What really matters is... Oh my lord! Like that for a moment, burn from Sky.
Oh!
Annihilate shot with a beautiful shot there to get things off.
Oh! We need a Michael Jackson here. I want to see that woo from Michael Jackson here. That was a shot.
That's incredible. But now it goes to a 5-on-4. Sinners in an upload scenario might just have to save here.
And they might as well have to do it. And I'm afraid that they will actually commit to it at this point. Searching for initial kill, Fasher dodging the flash. Good for the first. There's the peek from NATO. And it's just a complete mid-grinder. Sinners completely reset, losing the AWP, losing anything in this round. And this is all on the back of that jump shot from Purple Sky. That was... Ow! Can we see a replay of that one, please? Please, can we see a replay of that? That was nasty.
God.
That was nasty.
It was, and well, if that was a way to tilt Sinners, I don't know what is. As for now, Lyngby a 7-3 lead. More importantly, having reset Sinners, we want ahead to try and topple them.
3 to 7. As we said, Sinners, they're on an eco or just a half buy with the pistols and the armors. It could still be a dangerous one, but Lyngby, well, they should have no problems to close this one out whatsoever. As per from Sky, he has the angle, he has it for days and days to come, but still Sinners, they're not over-aggressing at this point, but BSTK, there's no way that he wins this fight. Actually manages to land the attack on the fur from Sky and eventually to find the kill. This is a nice beginning. They could be dangerous with the pistols. Nonetheless, Oscar, he's gonna catch an HE with his CZ, and Lyngby, they're in a tough position at this point, but still, they should have no problems winning this one yet again.
For now, Lyngby Vikings, they stack up towards lobby, getting ready to push on out. Fascia, also ready to try and hold for the time being.
Okay, Neo with the double, Neo with the triple, what's happening?
Oh, alright, that's an opening as Sinners, they find 3 members like that. And now for Fascia, the last one left standing, he's got to try and hold. He's screwed, frankly, now, is he? Trying to catch out these members. BC finds Fascia. With that, Sinners make it 4 off the back of Neo's heroics.
And they just got ecoed. They just got
hard there.
one-sided, just dominant eco route for Sinners, and this is crazy. Lyngby, they shouldn't be allowing things like that to happen, because now they're on the reset potential. Now they're with their backs turned against the wall, and what was supposedly a pretty one-sided first half for Lyngby could easily backfire now.
Yeah, I have to see, and you know, that is just an abhorrent way to fight around there off the back of Neo, but my worry for Lyngby is there's no repeatability in there.
Yeah, there isn't, but we've seen teams' performances just skyrocketing on the back of winning rounds like that. It is not necessarily to win only rounds like that, it is just this one round that skyrockets your economy, your confidence, and your performance with that. Because now, if Sinners on the back of that eco round win this one, they reset the economy of Lyngby, and potentially they're gonna make it 6. Which, well, they will double their score on the back of winning an eco. So it is a pretty decent chance. Of course, Lyngby, they will need to allow them to have that chance. They're going for the full force, 3 AKs, 2 Desert Eagles, but just how much damage can they do?
No doubt, for the time being, it's going to be a bit of an early peak, and I think too substantial though as we wait to see just how they fare moving ahead. In just a moment, these players will look to make their way down towards Secret, try and catch out anyone who dare comes their way. Now Nade, ready to be chucked down that corridor. Here Freylands get this early entry as, well, Lyngby, they eat that Nade, just a substantial amount of damage. Neo tries to line up the follow-up kills, but instead it's NATO to come out on top as Lyngby barrels down towards this site. Shock will hear all of this towards the window, and at control he finds the initial kill to relax in mid-air, though he's quite out by NATO as it goes 3 on 3. Elsewhere, Beastie Kill burn from Sky will prevent the lobby push as it falls down to a 2 on 3.
Ross and NATO, they have the bomb site secure, they have the bomb plant as well, but they need to find the kills. And Oscar, he might have the perfect timing. Zetko, he's gonna catch NATO. And Rouse now, in 1 versus 3, nothing to do. And Sinners, well, this is how this backfires. This is how losing the eco backfires. Now, Lyngby, this round should have begun in an 8-3 fashion, potentially 9-3. Now, instead of that, well, it's gonna be 7-5. And this is the way that Lyngby just punch themselves in the heads, and they're like, why did we lose the sequel? Why did we lose the sequel? They're just making their lives harder at this point.
And it's definitely a reason to fear as for now we see this team get ready to just push on ahead, and I do worry, Seth. I do worry.
Well, it is normal. It is normal. Lyngby, they go for the half buy. Of course, if they win this half buy, it's gonna be pretty much equal. Like, just giving Sinners a taste of their own medicine. But at this point, if Sinners really want to try and contest Nuke, they should be focused enough not to allow things like that to happen. And Lyngby, of course, going for the close range duels with the pistols towards inside, towards lobby. They want to get up close, up personal, and try and catch these initial members off guard. But, well, Sinners taking their time, playing the long to short range fights. This is the perfect shout.
Without a doubt, for the time being, Lyngby as they try to bring out a few shots here or there. We're able to shut down one of these members, but for Sinners, let's see how they fare moving on ahead in what's going to be a bit of a hold against these Deagles. Maybe they deploy this early smoke down towards this A site. Just trying to show presence, fashion towards outside. Right now, this kill, this flank will be pivotal to the success of Lyngby if he can find this opening.
The thing is that they have a player on the Ofango, and well, they shouldn't be allowed Lyngby to find anything from here. Zetko, he has this one for days. And Lyngby faking some presence towards Ram, but in the end they will just come back, pushing Zetko to fall back. This is perfect. So far this has been working perfectly, but Zetko, he is the player that is gonna cancel the entire play. Indeed, he's gonna find the first, nearly the second, and Neofrag just spamming them down. He's gonna cement the round victory. Sinners, they're gonna make it 6, and it's gonna be a nearly flawless one. Ross, that was quite a shot with the Deagle, but now Relax with 10 seconds on the clock. He's gotten himself towards heaven, but he's not gonna be good for a single kill here. The Sinners, they're looking forward to leveling things up here. And I told you, I think that Sinners will have a chance if they win the half. If they don't, I'm still heavily on the Lyngby train because, you know, 7 rounds on Nuke isn't that bad. Considering Sinners' CT side is the better than the both of them.
Let's see how they fare at that now, actually. I am kind of concerned to see just how Sinners will fare. Is for the most part, they've actually been fairly confident, and considering how well they did against Sangle, their Nuke definitely isn't anything to sneer at. And right now, I suspect we may just be a moment away from seeing a very, very swift take from them. And for Lyngby, what you need to bear in mind as well is that them finding a 2-0 victory here is on the technicality of them able to take down Sinners on Nuke easy and then fight on Inferno. If Sinners are able to come back this heavily on Nuke, then Inferno may just be a 2-0 in favor of Sinners.
Let's see the Neofrag continuing to do damage as NATO, Safix, and Relax, they're the last member standing. Beastic, he's there to shut them down, and Sinners, just like that, they make it 7. Lyngby on the loss bonus, but well, what can they really do with it? What can they really do with it? Lyngby, they're gonna let this one slip from a 7-3 lead and a loss to an eco. And this one eco round is what turned things around. This one eco. Now,
without a doubt,
for the side of Lyngby, if they don't get just extremely mad at themselves for throwing this one so far, they should have advantage on the CT side. But let's see, they're going for the A rush, but look at that from Beastic, doing so much damage with the HE, with the AK, and there should be no way whatsoever for Lyngby to win this one. Fasher, the only man left, he's gonna go down, rather not going down to the HE, but still 21 HP to work with. Bomb has been dropped in. At this point, it's just to try and boost the KD, which he won't be allowed by Shock. Sinners, they end up winning the half. They were down 3-7. They won the eco. On the back of this one eco, they win the entire half.
Without a doubt. And honestly, Sinners, they looked so weak here, but they've just come back and they've just played out their minds. Beautiful stuff by them right now, and let's see if they can actually kick off, and let's see if they can, well, really look to take this map against Lyngby.
Well, they might have a chance to do it if they win the pistol, especially because, you know, Lyngby, they have a pretty strong CT side on Nuke, and the T side of Sinners isn't as strong. We saw them struggle against Sango on it, but still, if Sinners manage to deny any substantial, like, decent buys from Lyngby Vikings, that could be a massive upset. Of course, Lyngby, they're one of the best pistol teams I can think of. Like, they have an insanely high percentage of winning pistol rounds, so I believe that they should have this one in the back. Of course, let's see how Sinners fare, as they're gonna pretty much do the same that Lyngby did, trying to go for the vent dive, but look at that Relax with the first, and he's cancelled that just like that. Sinners slowing down, not sure what they want to do from now, as I don't think that this first headshot from Relax was something that they were anticipating.
Without a doubt, and for now, it's a few shots either way, and well as Relax finds Zedko, it goes 3 on 5, and I fear that Lyngby might be able to come out on top here. No, so good for one more. Neofrag able to respond to Rouse, and it goes 2 on 4. And unfortunately for Sinners, unless something huge comes out here, they're going to be in a lot of trouble. Both players stuck behind sight as well as, well, Shock will try to do a bit of early damage, tries to catch out these members. It's all on Oscar. He's finished off, and with that, it's going to be down to 8-8. The scoreline tied up, and Lyngby looks to pull ahead now.
They do look to pull ahead, and Lyngby, I'm just telling you, it's impossible for these guys to lose a pistol. Today they've played, what, 7? No, it's not 7. It's 8 pistol rounds with this one. They've won 7 out of them. 7 out of 8 pistol rounds they've played today, and they've won. Which is just amazing. Just to have these initial 3 rounds in the beginning of every single half, and you're basically halfway there. You have 6 rounds combined, only on the back of the pistols. And let's see if Lyngby are gonna shut down the force here from Sinners, as Oscar, again with the scout. Last half, Lyngby, they faltered against Oscar with the scout. He was on the CT side. Well, we can see that on the T, he could be as dangerous as well in the first one.
Tell you what,
That's not
Oscar's
real.
scout, making names. He is just on a whole other level. What a god! As for now, it falls into this fashion to line up 2 more kills on his own, but he might be caught out by Oscar as well now, as he goes 3-on-3 now.
Oscar, he's just an assassin, this guy. Look at him. He's just jumping around with the scout, giving headshots left, right, and center. Lyngby struggling against the force buy of Sinners, now down to a 3 versus 3 as Oscar just wandering around with the scout. He is the person to be afraid of in this situation, as they might actually make their way down the vents, but they have indeed. They're down towards that B side. Are Lyngby ready for this? If this goes to retake, it might be an extremely tricky one, considering Lyngby are all on low HP, and there is no one to deny the bomb plant towards that B side. This could get extremely dangerous.
Now let's see how they're shifting on forward. Trying to catch up members wherever possible. For only 15 seconds left though, and a bomb plant needs to come through damn fast if they want hope here.
And it will. Now the retake is on 3 versus 3, but the HP on every single Lyngby player is so low. This will be a pretty tough retake to come, as all of them are gonna play for round. They have the defuse kit, they have the smoke, and Relax fighting the first. That's a huge kill, but still Z kill. Towards single door with the Deagle. There's the one shot onto Fasher, and now the low HP is gonna say its word. There's the peek from Bistic, connecting the first. Doesn't go for the repeat. They need to stick it. They need to stick it, and the defuse kit, it's not in them. They need to pick it up, but they can't find it. There is no time, and this is such a messy one. They need to stick it, but there is no time on the clock. Sinners, they make the force work. Lyngby, they're just struggling at this point.
Absolutely perfect by Sinners there as they pull ahead and make it 9, as they now lead 9-8 against the Vikings. And this is exactly what they need to pull on ahead, and exactly what they need to shut down this Lyngby side. Lyngby, they call for a tactical timeout, understandably so, because frankly, what do you do if you're Lyngby here to just topple Sinners? Oscar, those scout kills on both the second round of the first and second round of the second half have been incredible. They propelled this team forward.
Exactly, and we've spoken about how Lyngby are winning both pistols, but they're losing both forces now. And this is something that just gives Sinners so much of a confidence boost, because they're like, okay, they're winning the pistols, and what? Once we had weapons, we're just crushing them. They don't have any chance whatsoever. And this is the point where you're just a bit scared, because Lyngby, we saw how good they are on Nuke in their previous games on the CT side when they have the AWPs, the grenades, but aren't they gonna have them at just too late in the game if they continue like that? They're just losing grounds that they're not supposed to. If they lose this one, they're gonna be forced on an eco.
But and for now, let's see how they fare and what's going to be a bit of a tough hold for the most part. You know, there's going to be a few deagles here or there from Lyngby, but they've bit the bullet. They've ecoed, or they've forced as best they can, but very little utility to try and help them out right now, and that's going to be shown really harrowingly quickly.
Rouse with the Desert Eagle pushed away, goes for the re-aggression. He wants to find a peek actually. Needs to be careful though, as he's gonna fall. Same goes for NATO. And Lyngby, they might have faltered here in the hands of Sinners. There's the kill from Bird from Sky. Goes for the follow-up. Bird from Sky gonna connect. Somehow he's still alive. Goes for a third.
Oh.
What the hell is that? Bird from Sky. How is he not down yet?
That is absolutely phenomenal. Now, Relax on the flank is going to, well, no one's going to peek him. He's got a perfect opportunity to try and fight right now. He's got timing to his hand, but it won't matter. Neofrag comes out on top. It's 3K responded to with a 3K as Neofrag will bring Sinners their 10th as they extend their lead further against the Vikings. The Vikings, though, they now move to an eco and they give Sinners that freebie in an attempt to extend their lead even further. Sinners on the cusp of victory if they're able to topple the bye of Lyngby next.
Indeed, yes, they're gonna be up to 11. If they manage to win against the first buy round, they're actually skyrocketing themselves to 13. Where actually Sinners are just 2 buy round wins away from winning this map, and this is scary. This is scary considering that Lyngby should have this one in a pretty one-sided fashion on paper. Last time they played it, they had it. They won it 16-3. Now they're just struggling to put up rounds. They're struggling to put up a fight.
Without a doubt. Not to see how they fare moving forward. So now, Lyngby, those hold firm. Aggression comes out towards Heaven, and well, Shock will spot all of this as Lyngby will look to maybe just swarm together. They don't really have much utility to do it with. A single flash is all they had, but Neofrag's good for one piece to keep response. Neo able to double up as Rals is max 10, tries to do damage, but as Oscar finishes the job, it's all a bird from Sky. Maybe he can do the odd bit of damage here or there, but as that bomb goes off, he'll fall, and with that, Sinners, not only do they make it 11, but they also find themselves in a position where if they can make it 12 while simultaneously resetting Lyngby, they're going to look to close out this map.
They are now the first buy round for Lyngby will come through, and losing the first buy has just ruined their first and second half. Lyngby just losing to weak buys. If you look at it, hadn't they lost against the Pistols the first half, hadn't they lost the Force, and now lose the Force for the second time, they might have already won the map. And this is actually battering for Lyngby Vikings. This is such a bad way to lose rounds. Now let's see though, they have the AWP and Rowski's good for the second, for the third, for the fourth, and this is just the meat grinder towards round. What the hell is that from Rouse? That is quite the statement. Lyngby, I think we might have been too fast to write him off this one.
What a round by Rolls there, and as he comes out the gate swinging, it's down to Oscar. He'll look to ace as well. Oscar falls, and a beautiful round by Lyngby there as they look to make it 9 now as they attempt their own mini comeback versus Sinners.
I think my microphone is dying when I start screaming.
You max out. You max out. When you get too loud, it just goes.
Yeah, I need to buy a mic that doesn't have a max out. I need to buy a mic that I can break glasses with. And imagine people just watching the cast on how do you call it? Not the headset. I don't know how you call it in English, actually.
What?
Just the little devices that make sound go out of the PC, but not a headset.
Speakers?
Yeah, speakers. Yeah, I forgot the word. Okay, imagine you're using it. You're using speakers, and you hear me just casting a game, and I break your glass of water.
We would have some very unhappy viewers, Ted.
I think we're gonna have some really happy viewers. We're gonna have one really happy
viewers.
Ted. We're gonna have one
Ted,
really happy Ted. I will be laughing out loud, bro. That would be
Take pride
hilarious.
in. What is their favorite glass?
No one has a favorite glass. Everyone has a favorite mug, though.
That's true. That's true. Do you think it's easier to break mugs or glasses? I suppose it doesn't matter because on topic of breaking, it's going to be Sinners trying to break their way onto this site, and they may have done just that. Relax towards center site, able to try and hold as he puts it down to a 2 versus 2. It's a flank of Oscar though, shifting forward towards ramp, going to make his way up towards Heaven as Relax holds firm, but he holds alone as he waits for these players to push into him, make his way towards lobby.
And he might have to 1 versus 1s. This is exactly what Relax wants. He wants 2 duels, finds the first. And now it is doable. Switches up to the Galil. Still 1 minute to work with. The bomb has been dropped towards A, and Relax is actually on the long wrap towards Heaven. That might be huge from him. But at this point, he might outplay himself because Oscar, if he picks up the bomb, does he go towards B actually?
Oscar might be taking a bit too long here.
Oh, and the timing is gonna be perfect. Relax. He's outplayed him. This is 100 IQ on top from Relax, and well, he needs to have this one.
Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. That's a 10th for Lyngby now. And, well, Sinners puts him down to an eco.
That's just 300 IQ masterpiece from
That is.
from him. And, well, Lyngby, it is a deserved one. It is a 1 versus 1. A messy one, but still, Sinners fully reset. As Lyngby starting to make their way up to leveling things up here on Nuke. Of course, they want to win it. It's their mapping. They're really good on Nuke. And, well, I think they might be on their way to recover from losing the force here.
That's it for now. These players make their way on forward, try and catch out the initial player. Nothing too substantial though. Zedko good for one. The bomb gets planted, and that's all Sinners really needed there, as they've been able to shut down Relax as well. They move forward. Lyngby tied up 11 to 11. Sinners now with a move ahead.
And they lose only 1 player in the process, which is pretty fine. They're going to be able to build up that economy. Now they need 1 more, and they need a dominant one. If they win 1 more dominant by round, I think Lyngby will have no problems. Ooh, that's some crazy skills from NATO. Ooh, look at that! That's nice. That's nice from NATO.
Really good from NATO there, as it forces some more players to buy up, and everything right now is just economy. And the fact that he's able to burn a bit of Lyngby's as well before he's toppled means that Lyngby, again, it'll hurt them in the long run.
It will hunt them, and well, let's see how they fare from now. Sinners still on the reset potential. Still Sinners, they need to win rounds dominantly at this point. And well, let's see how they fare. Going for the slow default, and a lot of presence towards outside actually. All 5 players now making their way towards outside, which could backfire considering Fasher, he is playing the off angle, which means that he'll probably have the first kill if they try and split towards main. And Lyngby, they have all the info in the world. They know that the play is towards B. They know that they're down towards secret, and they can counter it.
Now let's see if they're able to do so. As Relax down in towards Vents, ready to peek into them. Doesn't quite catch them out, and he's also got the timing as well. As he'll sit down on towards these stairs. Rahl's ready, smoke in hand, and well, it's Relax. He's trying to take down the first row. He's actually unable to do so. He's forced on away, and now still tries to open the door. He doesn't actually open it. Instead, he changes his mind and holds the angle before eventually leaving. As Sinners, they get the map control. Instead, they back away, actually, now having shown presence. And they look like they might just choose to execute out towards A here.
Lyngby might have just succeeded in cancelling the play, but it could backfire for Sinners to go for such kind of a rotation on the back of not having any map control whatsoever. And the backfire, his name is Fasher. He's in such a dangerous position, and he could find a multi-kill here. Are they gonna check for it? Are they ready? Well, they're not. Oscar fires the initial shot with the ult, missing. Fasher now gonna reaggress, goes for the damage, doesn't quite connect on the kill, but damage has been inflicted. Bird from Sky there to shut down Beastie as they make their way from main towards that A bomb side. Oh, that was a shot and a half from Zedko. As NATO, he's gonna miss the initial shot, and somehow this round has collapsed for the side of Lyngby. It's only NATO Suffix. Lyngby, they had such a massive advantage here.
So back on a wipe is going to be perfect. Sinners, they make it 12, and more importantly, they start to ruin that Lyngby Vikings economy. The damage NATO did on the eco is going to have that butterfly effect now, and beautiful round by Zedko there to get 2 quick kills, and with that, it all falls down to Lyngby, who they have to bite the bullet. Do they force it and risk losing and risk faltering with Sinners so close to victory, or do they play it safe and go for pistols and armor?
I believe they force it here. I think they will fully invest into this one. Because they have the money on Bird from Sky and on Fasher. NATO Suffix can drop to Rahl's, and Relax might buy himself an MP9 or a FAMAS. So they surely invest into this one.
No doubt. For now, the Vikings, they take a timeout. I like the fact they're taking a timeout, because I also am a bit scared for them for the time being, but let's see what they have in store for us. And I'll tell you what, Ted. Is there any... You still want to change your prediction, or you still think this is a Lyngby map?
It should be a Lyngby map. I think it's a 2-0 Lyngby, but if Sinners win this one, I'm gonna be on the 2-0 Sinners train. It just really depends. Both teams are just so close in skill, it's really hard to give predictions. especially with so many just external factors like fatigue, like just Lyngby being shaky against Hellraisers earlier today. It's just too close of a matchup. It's really hard to say who's gonna come on top, but Lyngby, nonetheless, they go for the full investment, and after this round, we might have a clear idea on who's gonna win. Of course, if Sinners manage to reset the economy of Lyngby, it is gonna be highly probable for them to walk out with this one, as Neo, he's down to 3 HP, trying to make his way out of there, and by some miracle, he manages to do so.
Now let's see what we can do here, as for the time being, it's nothing too substantial and nothing too horrific from either side, but Neofrag, very low on HP, is going to have to try and make his way on forward.
NATO, good for the first shot, goes down. In the meantime, Bird from Sky dropping to vents will, of course, give Lyngby that extra security that there's nothing going towards Secret, but still the play isn't actually going towards B. All 3 players, all 4 players in front of single door. Now they go, and Fasher is in a pole position to shut down this play, and he's good for the first. There's the refrag though, and NATO missing a shot that might come to haunt them. And Lyngby, just like that, they're completely outmaneuvered by Sinners as the Czech team. They're gonna make it 13, and Lyngby have no money.
NATO missing those shots single-handedly meant that A site was swung wide open. Perfect round for Oscar as well, who's able to land those shots to bring Sinners to 13th. And tell you what, Ted, as Lyngby goes to an eco, I think we might actually see a map in favour of Sinners here.
We might, and at this point, I'm starting to consider if Sinners actually have a chance to take this one 2-0. Lyngby, they're about to choke their map pick. Of course, they're not out of it. They'll have one more buy on 14-11, but it is still pretty dangerous. It is pretty dangerous. They have a long way to go if they want to come back from this one.
Without a doubt, and well, for now, so they make their way on forward.
By the way, you know what I realized while we're watching this tournament?
What's that?
I have better skins than 99% of the players, and I'm bloody trash at the game.
So your skins don't mean wins.
No, okay, not 99, but for example, by like 90 or 85%, I have better inventory, and I'm trash at the game. How is that possible?
There you go.
Aren't
skins don't mean wins.
No, don't skins make you better. They make you better, right?
The only skin I have to my name is the PT50 Mendy.
That's why you're trash at the game. It explains it.
I outfragged you at that.
That doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
I don't outfrag you.
Nah.
What do you say?
Nah, I don't agree. I don't agree. Lyngby, they go for the full by Bird from Sky, pushing towards outside. Good for the first, inflicting damage to the second as well. He's re-aggressing, actually going for the second. Bird from Sky. That's a massive play. Neo finally to take him down, but it won't matter as they have the man advantage, Lyngby, and they have a lot of information on the back of that play. Still though, there's the boost for Oscar, not having any openings on the other side till this point.
Now there's a few shots to ring out either way. See let's just catch out one another. It's nothing too substantial though, as Shock will pull himself on ahead.
They are for Sinners at this point, even if they do damage, losing the round won't mean a lot because Lyngby, they're gonna have a pretty tough time reinvesting into this one, and they're not gonna have the AWP unless they save it from Oscar.
Without a doubt, and well now let's see how they fare moving ahead and what's going to be a bit of a tough showing as Neofrag, he'll head glitch his way down towards CT, but Rals, does he have the timing? No, he doesn't actually, and this may be harrowing for him as Neofrag, they'll just walk past one another. Rals comes out on top though, and will Oscar shock down to 2 versus 4, 20 seconds left. It looks like Lyngby, they pull themselves up to a 12th here.
Let's see the Oscar and Shock just how much damage can they do. There's 14 seconds on the clock, but well, they're gonna try and attempt the vent drop. NATO Sapphix denying Shock, and Oscar at this point, he needs to stay alive and keep the AWP. Okay, Oscar! That's a nice quick scope, or rather no scope to that, as he's gonna land yet another. What the hell? Oscar, that's actually, look at what that has done to Lyngby. They were so keen on saving that AWP.
Their economy as well is awful.
Yeah, exactly. They didn't even realize that they lost 4 players.
And as soon as call a timeout, I love that as well. It breaks all momentum. And for Lyngby, that economy is just down the toilet. Well, from Sky, he buys up an M4, but he's got no util to support it. And, well, for Sinners, that play from Oscar may have been around game winning.
I think it had. I think it was. I think that was a game-winning one. They were so keen on having this AWP in the hands of NATO, but they almost forgot who's the opera on the other side, and that Oscar is extremely skilled. At this point, Lyngby, this might backfire massively. Look at the buy that they have. They have the M4s, but they have MP9s as well. And, well, only one defuse kit lacking utility on one player massively. Like, Bird from Sky doesn't have a single grenade to his name. And Sinners, they might be on their way to victory. Of course, Lyngby not out of this one just yet. If they shut down Sinners here, they might be back in it. And, well, they will need to save the AWP to have a chance here.
Without a doubt. And for the time being, as Lyngby look like they're going to be ready to hold, Sinners, they go for a bit of a nade stack up towards heaven. Doesn't catch anyone out, but it shows that they're ready and that people should be scared. As now, there's a bit of a lull. We wait to see just how Sinners fare moving forward.
Let's see Lyngby in a pole position, though, to come back to this one. So far, I love the approach from Lyngby. They're not taking any chances, not giving anything to Sinners to work with. Bird from Sky having all the information from here, hearing every single step, and Lyngby might actually be really prepared for this. NATO Sapphics up close with the M4, but he needs to go huge. He needs at least 2 from this position. Is he gonna be able to find the first? No, Zetku to deny. Man advantage now in favor of Sinners, and this might even be the safe go. If one more falls, it is gonna be the safe go.
Potentially, well, Sinners come on ahead. It looks like Lyngby are going to be in a world of hurt as they back away. Plant goes down, and for Sinners, this is all that they need to pull on ahead. Lyngby, 4 players left standing, and they save. They hand Sinners match points. Sinners looking like they may potentially upset Lyngby on their map pick and nuke as they look to pull ahead right now, and they look to close out this map.
They do, and at this point, I'm really scared. I'm really scared. I gave my prediction 2-0 for Lyngby. I thought it was going to be a one-sided one at least here on Nuke, but Sinners, they're upsetting a second team in a row here on Nuke. They upset Sangyao, now they're upsetting Lyngby. And, well, that is interesting because from what we see, Sinners, I think they could use Nuke as a pocket pick here. It is not their go-to for sure, but it is a map that they're quite decent at if they have to play it, and they might put an upset, and they've done it for the second time in a row. This is horrendous. Like, Sinners, they might win the series in a 2-0 fashion. I don't know if you realize.
Without a doubt, and this may really play to their detriment right now as Lyngby 3 rounds what separates them from victory as, or them from overtime to say, as we'll have to see. They're moving ahead as MP9's in hand. It's Beastie Key to find Bird from Sky, and it looks like we might see the opening right now as Sinners. They go 5-on-4 now, forcing their way on forward. The Naystek lands towards backside yet again. This time it doesn't hit anyone. Basher drops down, ready to duel anyone who comes his way. So it looks like late outside smokes are ready to be deployed by the Sinners side.
And this might be just the final nail in the coffin of Lyngby Vikings. This is their map pick. This is their home turf, Nuke. And they were supposed to win it. Now they're just struggling against Sinners. No AWP, 3 MP9s, 1 M4. That's everything that they have. And Sinners, they're doing the exact same thing that has led to so many successful rounds. Going down towards Secret. NATO though, he's ready with the MP9, with the multi to counter the push and the counter smoke. Still Sinners with a man advantage, and they could pretty much go wherever they wanted to from this perspective. Lyngby are the team that needs to push. Lyngby are the team that needs to go for an information play and equal things up because they have nothing to work with.
Now he still goes down either way. Lyngby look to hold, and with that, Sinners 5-on-4 continue to push on forward. Only 30 seconds left though, and they have been running this clock down substantially low. Rouse rotating towards heaven, might be able to catch out an odd member as well as Sinners push their way on towards them. Will Boosterkey spot him out? No, he won't. He doesn't quite have the timing, and Ral's may be able to punish this right now. Smasher, he's caught out by Zedko, kicking things forward though. Towards Heaven, Boosterkey's able to find Ral's. Relax back sight, good for one, traded out. It's all on NATO Sapphics. 1 versus 4. What good is he going to be able to do with an MP9?
Well, NATO, good for the first, picks up the AWP. If he clutches this one, I'm gonna scream so hard, but I don't think he has the chance to do this. I mean, Sinners, they need to massively misplay in this scenario in order for NATO to find a clutch. And ladies and gents, just like that, Sinners, they find the first map in the grind final of the first season of Shadow League. Only 1 map away from the win. Lyngby Vikings losing their map choice of Nuke, as we're gonna be heading into Inferno to see if Sinners can take this one 2-0 in the back, or are Lyngby gonna put up yet another upset and take us to a decider. We're gonna be right back after the break.
Glowing in your eyes when I'm not aware. You left a scar. I fall into your lies all again. Where'd you go? Where'd you go?
Hello, 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 and welcome as we enter map 2 between Sinners and Lyngby Vikings. It's going to be such a tough hold, and tell you what, we're going to have to see how they fare. Well, you know, what's going to be such a tough game. Sinners having upset Lyngby on their map, pick a nuke, and now going to look to take it 2-0 as we move to Inferno. Of course, I'm your caster, Kremer3. I'm joined by the wonderful Ted CS.
Welcome back, ladies and gents, after the break, as Sinners making quite the upset, winning against Lyngby Vikings on their map pick of Nuke. We're gonna be moving on to Inferno. Now, Sinners, they lost their initial game on Inferno for today against the side of Sango. It was their map pick again, but it was a pretty close one. And, well, at this point, after having the same chance, because against Sango they had this chance. They did the upset on Nuke, they choked on Inferno, eventually winning the third map, but I don't think that Sinners will want to go to a 3-mapper again, especially if the third map is Vertigo against Lyngby, because when you look at the stats, well, Lyngby's best map is Vertigo. It's their best out of the best. Like, they're a pretty sick team. Yes, Sinners have played more games on Vertigo than them, but still, Sinners, they've played more games on Inferno as well. They've played 25 maps in the past 3 months on Inferno, which I don't know if you realize how much that is. That's 25, and they have a 76% win rate.
This is definitely going to be a, well, potentially one-sided affair, to say the least. This is absolutely Sinners' game to play, and the reality is, Lyngby, even though they've had great success on this map as well, mostly 69% win rate themselves, question is, can it compete with Sinners? We'll look at Sinners' results on Inferno. They've only recently lost to Sango, but they've beat Cult, they beat Pax on this map, only losing to Godsent 16-14, whereas over towards Lyngby Vikings, the teams they've been beating, they lost to Saw here, they lost to Sangle here, and the teams that they've been beating aren't the best. You've got UMX, you got Invictus, Hellraisers again, but even that was close. But I worry that their Inferno might not be able to compete with Sinners.
I feel so as well. I'm afraid for Lyngby at this point. They were the favorites, speaking about statistics, recent results coming into this matchup, but, well, Sinners, maybe the Navi factor is here. Maybe the same thing that helped Navi win against Astralis in the Blast, just not getting tired by playing a long best of 3 before the final, but actually getting pumped and fired up on the back of winning such an intense best of 3. This is working for Sinners at this point, and they're just 1 map away from winning the entire tournament. And, well, we've come a long way. We've come a really long way, and I believe that they have what it takes to take it over the edge.
Now let's see how they fare. And do you want to give a score prediction for me, Ted?
Yes, I will go 67. I think it's going to be a pretty one-sided affair. What do you think? What are you thinking about this one? Okay, he's just giving me the coach shoulder at this point, Kremer. No idea what's happening with him, but nonetheless, ladies and gents, for those of you that don't know, this is actually not us that you can see on your screens. Hopefully for Season 2, we managed to have cameras as well, so you can see us. So, yeah, for this one, we didn't get cameras, only because Kremer is just too much of a beautiful human being, and if you could look at him in the eyes, you would just instantly pass out from all that beauty. So they didn't allow us to have cameras because of that. Of course, ladies and gents, let us know what your predictions are in the chat. What do you think is gonna happen? Do you think that Sinners will be able to cement their victory here on their map pick of Inferno in a 2-0 fashion and become our champions of Season 1? Or are Lyngby gonna take us to distance to Vertigo and do a pretty much upset here on Inferno? I'm looking forward to hearing your predictions.
I do apologise. I think my internet may have just become a casualty of that first match. But do you want to quickly repeat again for my sake? what was your prediction of the scoreline for this second match?
I said 67 in favor of Sinners.
Wow, that's fairly one-sided for the most part.
It isn't. What will be your prediction? How do you see things going? Do you think that Lyngby are gonna win it?
I'm leaning a bit further down towards what will be a 16-13. I think it's going to be very, very close. So for now, let's see how they fare. Moving ahead, though.
Well, I can't actually explain to you how sad I feel that we might not see Sonic and Sandman for such a long time. I think.
Me too, man.
I think it has been like. It has become a part of my day. Like I can't have a good day if I don't see Sonic just flirting with you on the camera and just smiling.
Well, the way he looks at that camera, it just shouldn't be allowed, should it?
Well, I don't know. I don't look at men so much, but you seem to be into this.
I don't know him so much either. But I look at Sonic. It's beautiful.
Yeah. You know, one of these things is just unisex beauty, or what is it called?
It truly is, and
yeah.
I just appreciate a beautiful man when I see one, and frankly, he's just perfect. But now, though, knife round goes on in, and still, of course, they take it. Let's see how they fare moving ahead now.
Well, starting on the CT side, I believe that this is gonna be the perfect recipe for success for the side of Sinners. Of course, if they manage to win the pistol, or if not the pistol, the force. We saw Lyngby, they're a pretty strong team in the pistols. They've won 7 out of 8 pistol rounds that they've played today, but still losing both forces on Nuke is what essentially made the difference for me. And
yep.
Well, if Lyngby win the pistols here as well, but they fail to convert and win the anti-forces, we might be seeing the exact same thing, but let's see. Sinners starting on the CT side. We're ready, ladies and gentlemen, in what could potentially be the last map of this entire tournament. Sinners looking forward to becoming your grand champions here in the Shadow League, and Lyngby, they want to fight. They want to show that still they have something to show us.
Now for the pistol round, they're going to barrel their way down towards the mid. It's going to be a bit of early contact made. No one catches out one another just yet, though, as for the most part, it's going to be these players from Lyngby turning their attention back around towards the B site. No Frag able to drop a smoke with Otis to buy a bit of time as he rotates back around. Instead, Boostkey there with the speed to try and assist. Lyngby Vikings have made a bit of noise. They're going to turn their way back around towards midnet right now. They're running amok around Sinners as they bolt up towards mid, back down towards Banana. They double take as they now turn their attention towards B yet again. They got 2 smokes, a molly and a flash to calm an execution, and well, Sinners with 2 flashes ready for a retake as well as a smoke to assist. Let's see how they fare without a single kit to their name, though. They're going to look to do for damage and not much else. For now, CT smoke goes down, set piece goes on out. Let's see if Beastikey gets flashed through this smoke. As for now, 2 shots ring out by Neofrag. Does he line up the flash? No, he doesn't. Instead, he waits for his players to push on past. Beastikey ready for it now was instead Sinners. They go for this plant and they go for this retake. And Lyngby Vikings hold firm.
They don't have a defuse kit, those Sinners, which might make it tricky, but Lyngby just pushing into Church, and what the hell is that from Fasher? But oh my goodness, Beastik, what is that? Setko, he's gonna take down Nito, and now the 1 versus 2 Relax. What do you do from here? Relax, he needs to go huge, finding the fires, goes for the second, and what is that pistol round?
What a round, and wow.
Yo! What the hell? That shouldn't be allowed. Look at that. 1, 2, 3. Oh my god. Ow! Ouch! Ew. That was hot. That was hot. I like that one.
That was horrific, and now as maybe Vikings looks to hold, it's going to be Sinners to try and catch out these odd member wherever possible, and well, Native Sapphics will take Oscar's head clean off despite the fact his scout will tag him up, and tell you what, Oscar's scout is something to fear as well. As now, few shots ring out either way though, as Neofrag looks to hold firm.
Man advantage for Lyngby, as Sinners on the back of losing this pistol round, they're going to be forced to go for the full investment, which will result in having 3 Desert Eagles and the scout in the hands of Zetko. Lyngby Vikings, the bomb has been dropped, and well, it might get a bit awkward they're just trying to bait out utility with this. Of course, this is not the full commitment. Still, having the bomb drop towards T-spawn, they're just winning time. And oh, they're going for an HE stack, but where does it go? I think it's towards Coffins, but there isn't a player that's playing close.
Oh, that's scary if you're Neo Frag.
Yeah.
Reaffirms, though, that you did the right thing to play further back, as for now, let's see how these teams push on forward.
Well, that's gonna be the stack from Sinners towards that B side, but Lyngby, they have the perfect read going towards A. No chance whatsoever, and Sinners, they're gonna just save. Of course, unless Lyngby decides to go towards CT and towards B, but that shouldn't be the case. There's the smokes, there's the wrap, and now Sinners, they realize they've got just completely bamboozled by Lyngby as the Days, they're gonna cement their second round on the board.
With that, it looks like we're going to see these players back away, and for Sinners, they'll just hold off their guns. Why not? The force buy, it technically counts as a buy nonetheless, and so if they hold on to these guns, it's something they can use next round, and yeah, that gun can be dropped towards Oscar, who can try and do a bit of damage wherever possible, so understandable as they back away, and with that, let's see how Sinners fare moving on to the third round here.
Let's see, indeed, as of course, these Deagles and the Scout could be dangerous, they could do some damage, so for Sinners, it is not necessarily a round loss that's coming in forward, but it will be the safe nonetheless, so they're gonna have money going into the fort, but still they can do some pretty decent damage here. Let's see how they fare, as on the other side, Lyngby, they're building up a pretty decent economy, saving up the MAC-10s. Now, of course, this is just the bonus round. Lyngby, they need to win it like a pretty Protocol one. They need to make it Protocol one, just not losing any members whatsoever, farming up that cash on the MAC-10s. This is the ultimate go in front of the Ts.
Without a doubt, and from here, let's just see how they can start moving forward. That's
Alright.
the way to open if you're Neo Frag. A beautiful first shot today to Sapphic Stir, and as he looks to pull on ahead. That's exactly what you expect to see, and
Alright,
see what they have.
no way. Surely not, right?
Used to keep holding the smoke as well, so from Sky through it, though, will annihilate him. Neo Frag on the other side of it, though, will dodge the flash. Ready for this initial play, shots down
no.
the first, looks to
Oh,
and the
no.
second, and Basher gets taken down. It's all on Rouse now, and a 1 versus 2. He'll look to go for this plants, and the spam goes down through the smoke. He's gonna just dodge all the damage for the time being, but as he shifts forward towards Banana, there's only so many places he can be, and it looks like Lyngby Vikings are going to be ready to try and fight him right now. He's spotted out initially. He'll deploy that molly to try and retreat. Tagged him down. Missed by the scout, though, as flashes will continue to pepper his position.
Do you know what I want to say right now?
What's that?
Just Kyoto. Just Kyoto. Look at that Kyoto shot taking that Rouse. And, well, Sinners, they win the eco. That is absolutely phenomenal. And by the way, guys, because I saw the comment about the let's see how they fare.
Oh, have I been saying it too much?
Yeah. You know, we casters
so
have
classes, there's something called crux phrases.
Yeah, we have like crux parasite phrases, I think you might call them,
Yep.
that we know that sound cool, and we repeat them a lot. I say whoa, for example. I said whoa
It's
a fair amount.
You can tell the difference between a good caster and a bad caster is one who can A, identify and B, change them. As you
Yeah.
can tell, we're not very good casters. But no, it's something else.
Everyone
when you see
has
a player.
this.
When you see a player miss a shot, that's that's them missing a shot. The caster's equivalent is to repeat a phrase. But now Neo Frag, he's just down 2 of his own. Relax to get the next set of the matter. And with that, it goes 4-on-3 with Sinners to push on ahead. Go a man up.
Oh, Oscar! No way! Sinners, how are they so clinical with the Deagles and the Scout? And Oscar, I swear that's like his 10th kill on the Scout on this best of 3. Like, and look at him go. He just pushes up close, and there's no way that they anticipate the position from B-Stick. Now, the 1 versus 2 relax, has an AK, has some grenades to work with, but both Sinners players are coming from the same place. And this is for the reset. If Lyngby lose this one, they're completely reset. They have nothing to work with. So Sinners might be on their way to have a pretty decent CT side, but still they need to find a relax. Has a molly to work with, hiding towards Triple. The smoke, of course, towards Banana will help them out to figure out where he is at this point. There's the CT smoke. They still have 1 more for the bomb, and they have the molly. So not too bad. But still, they need to clear out triple. Time is running low. Relax going for the opening. Going for the second. Perfectly played. Textbook round. And Relax going for the 1 versus 2 clutch.
Perfect stuff by him there, and well, as Lyngby make it 3, not only did they pull ahead, but they also make that economy from Sinners look pretty shaky, as a buy from Sinners right now would be tough to say the least. Maybe they could scrape the odd bit of armor, Shot could maybe drop it up to Oscar, M-Force could, be passed around, but for the most part, as technical timeout comes through, this does give Sinners a perfect chance to break momentum, so well-timed technical pause, if anything, but we'll have to see just how they fare moving forward. Or how they fared out. I've said it again. You see, it's a damn crux phrase, and well, see if we can work a groove until then.
Well, everyone has these, right?
Yeah, it's once you point it out, you then become conscious of it, and it's downhill from there.
Everyone has these. By the way, I've been looking into some pretty bad, like, I don't know. Do you call them like daddy jokes in English? Some pretty bad jokes in English.
Dad jokes.
Dad jokes, yeah. Nah. Okay. Can you just forget about this one? Zetko, he's gonna find the opening. I'll use these ones when someone is on an eco or in a technical timeout. You see, I have some pretty decent ones.
Right.
No, shut up! Stop laughing! Stop laughing!
Sorry.
Stop laughing.
Composure. Calm, composure.
Sinners in a man advantage. Stewart, shut up. Let me do my job. Let me do my job. Shut up.
Alright. So, stop talking.
Sinners in the man advantage. Of course, with reset potential on the side of Lyngby on the back of getting the 1 versus 2 clutch, it could backfire. And so far, well, Sinners, they look in a pole position to try and reset the economy of Lyngby, as Oscar, he's going for the rotation, and these smokes are gonna actually delay the push even more. That is gonna win some time for Oscar to get in position, and Vistic just taking down Bird from Sky through it. That will force the rotation from the side of Lyngby. But Sinners, are they aware? Still, they have the crossfire towards A. That might work out just perfectly. Relax making his way up close. There's the flash. There he goes towards the side. Zetko there to fire. Zetko with the second. And just like that, Rouse, the 1 man left for the side of Lyngby, pinched between 3 players from Sinners. He's gonna go down. A clear round for Sinners, and Lyngby, well, they're gonna be forced to actually invest everything that they have. This might fall apart here for the Danes.
Now let's see how they do pulling on ahead, and what's going to be a bit of a tough hold by Sinners to try and catch out the odd member wherever possible. Their buy is strong, and it's the first time we've actually seen a substantially strong round buy from them in quite a while. So this is their chance to really pull ahead. But for Lyngby Vikings, as they move down to what will be just the odd Mac 10 here or there, the odd Tech 9, it's still a buy, so they are still looking to place a win. We'll have to see if it's going to work for them.
Do you know why cows have hooves instead of feet?
Why do cows have hooves instead of feet?
Yeah, do you know why?
Why?
Because they're lactose.
Dead. It's fine. Just keep casting. This is awful.
I'm sorry.
I hate it here. I hate it here.
But didn't you laugh? Didn't you laugh?
It brought a smile of pain to my
I
face.
I know. These are the kinds of jokes that you laugh at how bad they are, but you still laugh, so it works. I felt it's the best time to put up one of those. I still have a lot more to go.
You have these saved up.
What?
Joy, you have these saved up.
Yes. The thing is that other casters, they prepare phrases, they prepare info. I prepared that jokes. Neofrak, he's good for the double, shutting down the force buy from Lyngby as, well, with 25 seconds left, what could they possibly do in this scenario?
Well, it's going to be a nice little early goal to relax. Down to just the lone man of Fascia. He's good for 1. Oscar finishes. Sinners tie things up 3-3 as they pull on ahead, and they look like they could potentially, maybe take a bit of a lead here, build a bit of a lead. So they force Lyngby Vikings down to an eco. while you're on an eco, that means it's dad joke time. So hit me with your best shot.
Okay. How do you get a squirrel to like you?
How?
Act like a nut.
That's a pretty good one. That's a pretty good. I like that one. I like that one. You're gonna shame yourself, but right now, Beastie just as he lines up 3 quick kills, tags down Relax as well with the molly as well as Rolls. Both players back away, and with that, Jock shuts down the first member. He's got one more to worry about in the form of Relax. As you can see, it's swift round.
Okay, I want to say one more, but I'm afraid that we might get banned about it.
Oh god, then don't.
Ooh. Okay, I won't.
I've got a good one. I've got a good one.
You know, okay, I want to say it. I want to say it. Okay, so it is a zodiac sign, so it's not. Okay, so I went to the doctor the other day, and he told me, pick a star sign, any star sign that you want. I said Capricorn. He said, now you've got Cancer.
That's a pretty good one.
It is, and it is the star sign, so technically I didn't say anything wrong.
You know, I laugh and I think that should be okay, but it's until we get a message from our producer going, what really, I was saying one about how you hear about the guy who had a book about anti-gravity, he just couldn't put it down. But,
oh my god.
You know what, Rouse, he puts down Beastie Key and Neo Frag, and with that, Lyngby Vikings, they look to execute out towards this B site.
Lyngby, they're on their way to number 4. Of course, Sinners, they'll have no problems reinvesting into the next one. As Shock, he's gonna shut down Relax, and this might actually make them consider going for this. Bird from Sky has a pretty strong position, but the question is, do they check for it? And, well, by the looks of it, they have no idea Zedko going down, and this will just cement the round victory for Lyngby. They're gonna make it 4 Sinners. Of course, still having the money to fight with, as they'll continue doing damage to the side of Lyngby, and this could be pivotal for their success later on.
Without doubt, let's see how they fare moving forward, and what's going to be a bit of a tough showing, as Sinners, they hold on to these guns, and Lyngby, they'll tie things up 4-4, and give us a truly close game for the most part. However, Sinners can read by Lyngby. They would scrape the bottom of the barrel with this. We'll see if they're able to catch out the odd member for now, but until then, it's going to be a tough hold.
Do you know how many apples grow on a tree? All of them.
How many? Alright. Was that even a joke, or was that just a statement?
Did you hear the rumor about butter? Nah, I'm not gonna spread it.
Come on, man.
Oscar, he's gonna find NATO snapping. That's a nice way to begin with. As Lyngby, they're on a reset potential here. As, of course, winning crowns is good, but you need to win them dominantly. Until you start winning rounds dominantly, it is really hard for you to establish a nice economy, and you might just get reset after losing one by round. And this is exactly what Sinners are doing at this point. You usually see this going the other way around, like the T's doing it to the CTs. Well, at this point, Sinners, they're doing a pretty sick job. And Sinners realizing that they're actually better on the T side on Inferno gives them a lot of positive things to have out of this first half. As Mystic, he's there to shut down Bird from Sky, but the refrags are just clinical for Lyngby.
Now, as the plant goes down, it goes 3-on-3, and Sinners, they might have to attempt this retake, but the reality is they'll have a little bit of money next round anyway, so they've got no reason not to. But for the most part, it's going to be a bit of a tough push. Now, Reels, it's a lovely shot as Oscar falls. He goes 2-on-3, and as you see Zedko potentially flashing in shock. Sorry, smoking off his position then, moving around as Lyngby Rouse to try and reaggress. Unable to catch out the Orpa though, as Zedko falls very low on HP. Nonetheless, he'll keep pushing forward. Nice shot to Rouse there. He'll look for a bit more, but that bomb goes off. Lyngby, they're going to take the lead.
By the way, to the allegations that all my jokes are from Sidemen videos,
I absolutely believe it.
No. Not all of them. Some are from it, but not all.
You know, being an organ donor takes real guts.
Okay.
So give you that one.
I can say a pretty bad one, but I don't want to.
No, please, no, we can't have bad ones.
Okay. I'm starting a new dating service in Prague. It's called Checkmate.
I really like that one. I like chess. I like that one.
Yeah. Zetko going for the aggressive pick towards middle. It is messy in the end. Fasher is gonna come on top. Early man advantage for the side of Lyngby. As Fasher, he's gonna catch Shock as well. Shock going on grenade towards apartments. Oscar now re-aggressing after him.
Now in a 3-on-5. Oscar, he'll tease a bit of a peek. He can't catch out anyone for the time being, though. Instead, Lyngby Vikings show their presence. They stretch their, well, they try and flex their muscles as they push up Banana.
I have one sick one. I'm sorry.
Please, Ted.
Oh, Neo, he's gonna find the opening onto NATO Safix though, and this is a 5 versus 3. Lyngby, they should be winning this one all day, every day, but let's see. Sinners, for now, they're standing their ground, and they might actually have the upper hand as Lyngby, they're going towards that A-bomb site where all this flash is perfect, but P-Stick missing the timing just barely. But now they should know. Now they should know that there's at least 2 players towards that A-bomb site. They continue towards it, and well, Oscar with the AWP, just how much can he find? He needs to step up. 20 seconds on the clock. Oscar good for the first. Is he gonna land on the second? Well, he's not. P-Stick falling. Oscar with the second, but Relax is there to shut him down, and Neo now left in the 1 versus 2. There's DHE. It might take out Relax, but well, Relax is the 5th player. Unfortunately enough for Neo, he's gonna try and save his AWP into the next Lyngby. They're gonna make it 6. And by the way, this is a sad story. Do you know what was the last thing my grandfather said to me before he kicked the bucket?
Oh God.
Grandson, watch how far I can kick this bucket.
Yeah, okay. These are becoming predictable, Ted. These are becoming predictable, Ted.
Why? No, I'm not. These are nice jokes. I'm not predictable.
They're stream friendly. They're nice. Granted, I think the council one may have been a bit risque, but the others are pretty good.
Okay, what concert costs just 45 cents?
Sure, what concert just costs 45 cents?
50 Cent featuring Nico Back.
That is actually awful. That was actually awful. Actually, in reference to your quarantine haircut, I hate facial hair, but then it grew on me.
Yeah. That's a nice one. That's from a Sideman video, I can tell you.
Is it?
Yeah.
Lyngby Vikings did a bit of a default, spread down towards mid. A few players stacked up towards ramp, but it may not matter for the time being, as we do have Neo Frag ready to catch out the initial member wherever possible. As they shift forward towards top mid, they look to deal a bit of damage wherever they can. But for now, Beast the Key is stacked up towards the smoke, ready to catch out anyone who dare encroach on their position.
They have the bait. This might work catches perfectly. Oscar, good for the first, but Beastic still towards that close angle. Fasher. That's quite the awareness from Fasher, but still, that was the 4-man stack. Are they going to be ready for 2 more members towards that A-bomb side Lyngby Vikings? Or they might as well just try and make their way back, but they're going to run into the open hands of the AWP of Neo. And if they present him with 1v1s, that might fire back massively. Neo good for the first, goes for the repeat, misses the shot. Aggressive even further. Neo, what the hell is that? And he's going to continue. NATO finally to take him down now, down to the 2 versus 2 though. As NATO, he's gonna actually make his way back towards that A-bomb side. This is huge. Sinners, they've been totally bamboozled, and on the back of that flash, they will realize there is nothing happening towards that B-bomb side.
Without a doubt, and as that plant goes down, it's going to be a retake scenario for Sinners right now. And if Lyngby can hit a 7th on the 2 side right now, they're going to be...
Yeah, they're going to be in a pole position to win it. Indeed. And, well, Sinners, They go for the retake. Relax has the headshot
Halfway,
angle.
their opponent. We've lagged out pretty badly there.
Yeah. They go for the retake. NATO Sapix deploys the flash, goes for the fight, and at this point, this might just be the safe call. They have the kid, but Zetko, he's gonna fall. Does some damage to Relax, but he's gonna take him out. And Sinners, well, they're struggling on the CT side. And this huge economy that they had in the beginning, it has just dwindled.
Without a doubt, and we're going to have to see how they fare moving forward, but for the most part, it's going to be a bit of a tough rapport from Sinners right now. And something we see commonly from Lyngby is in this first half of every game they play, they're dominant. But it's always once it's other where their opponents adjust, once their opponents in the latter stages of this first half, or the start of the second half, they're always so strong, and they're always, well, in the position where they can really do a bit of damage. For now, though, it's going to be Lyngby to try and hold as these players just push out towards apps. Again, Zetko trying to catch out the odd member, and he's timing pretty heavily by Relax as he pushes on forward. It's going to give Oscar potentially a false sense of security right now as he'll look to exit through Boiler straight into these members on long. NATO Safek's ready for him, though.
Ooh, NATO, the timing could be absolutely perfect, and Oscar, he's going to find himself an AWP jumping forward. Relax is there to take him out. But are they going to be ready for a shock, though? Still in a pretty upfront position as the bomb will go down. Still, they are considering it. They are aware that there could be another guy in apartments, but Beastic, he's gonna take down Fasher in the meantime, and this has become a pretty dangerous one for the likes of Lyngby Vikings. As still Shock, he's gonna have a chance to take down this initial player towards apartments, but Relax somehow landing the headshot. And this is the pivotal point. This is the moment when Sinners realize that they will have no chance to win this one. They're going to be more than happy to save the AK and the AWP into the next. And Lyngby, they make it 8 by winning the first half. Now the question is, how dominantly will they win the first half? Because at what point do you start considering that Lyngby Vikings win the game here?
Genuinely there for Sinners. That was a nice try on that force to do damage, and damage they do, but Lyngby, they're still finding rounds, and leading 8-4 on the T side of Inferno definitely isn't a position you want to be in, especially if you're Sinners.
Yeah. Exactly. And Sinners, well, I like that they're trying to switch things up. They're going for the double AWP setup, Oscar and Neofrag back in the rocket, but of course, let's see if it will work. Sinners, they lost too many clutches. They have been building up that economy, but at this point, they need to start winning rounds as well. Just doing damage isn't enough. And Lyngby, by the looks of it, they're going to go for the full B commitment, at least in the beginning of the round, as they just establish banana control, and they fall back after.
Exactly, and for now, let's see how they fare pushing ahead.
Oh, but look at that Zetko. This is so smart. He capitalized on Lyngby not having any map control whatsoever. Going for the first. He's going to connect onto the second as well. That's huge. Zetko. Can he find anything else? Well, he can't, but Shock. Still in apartments. Still alive and still fighting. Now, man advantage.
Absolutely perfect as Fasher's able to shut down Oscar. It goes 2 on 3, and well, for NATO and Fasher, bit of a rough point ahead as they'll attempt to try and catch out the initial member wherever possible, but this flank from NATO, it's going to be heard, and Bisky, he's gonna realize, wait, that's not one of my teammates. So finish the job on NATO. It's all on Fasher now in a 1 versus 3, and well, as his position's known, this is going to cause rotation, and well, he doesn't have the bomb. What hope can he have to do here?
Well, I think they realize that he doesn't have the bomb, and well, now it's on the CT's disposal. There should be no chance for Fasher to do whatever in this round. 20 seconds on the clock as he's just gonna save, and well, Shock's gonna deny even that. Still, Sinners, they could put up a pretty decent performance in the first half. Lyngby forcing into this one, if of course they decide to fully invest, which I think they will, it's gonna leave them in a reset potential. So Sinners, potentially, if they win this one, they might as well make it a 7.
Without a doubt, for the time being, Lyngby look to hold. They hit this penultimate round of the first half, and Lyngby, they force up fully. If Sinners are able to take this round convincingly, they might be able to ease themselves to a 7th off the backs of a Lyngby eco. Neofrag will shift forward towards Banana to catch out an initial member, unable to do so for the time being, though, as instead, main presence is shown to warp. Won't matter as Neofrag fires around. So presence course being shown towards Apps, but the utility forces them away. Sinners hold a fairly aggressive stance.
They do, and this is a bit worrying for Lyngby, because going into the second half, you know that Sinners are better on the T side, so giving them 7 rounds on the CT isn't your go-to at this point. Lyngby, they had an 8 for a lead, potentially. They had a potential for a pretty one-sided one, and unless they make some miracle right here, they should be losing this one straight away. Yes, they have the grenades to work with, but there's a lot of utility on the city side as well. AWP in the hands of Neo, and he doesn't seem to be missing anytime soon.
Now flashes go out, push comes down towards B. Neofrag ready for these members, and as the Util goes out, Beastkey will attempt to hold. Eventually, that smoke goes down, but as Neofrag find one of his own as well, as Orp finds NATO. Eventually, Relax will find him, but Beastkey elsewhere will find Relax spam into the smoke, will try and shut him down. It's unable to do so though for the time being. It's a pretty aggressive factor able to shut him down though. As it goes 3 on 2, Oscar ready for the players towards first song, just spots him out. Can't quite kill him though. Eventually he will, and it falls down to Fasher.
Versus 3 Fasher going for the aggressive peek towards City, denied by Shock, and Sinners, they're gonna make it 6, potentially 7 as we said. Lyngby, they managed to get the bomb down, which is not that bad. They still have some lost bonus to work with. They might be able to scrap up a buy, but it's gonna be anything but ideal for the D's as Sinners. Well, this might be quite the comeback. At one point, I was starting to consider a third map. I was starting to think, whoa, this is actually looking pretty one-sided for Lyngby. But Sinners, they've woken up, and now they're gonna have only pistols on the other side. Maybe Mac 10s in Fasher and Rouse, but, well, Fasher, he's actually gonna go for the Galil, but that's gonna be about it. Just 4 pistols, 1 Galil. What is that?
For Lyngby.
Did you hear that?
What's that?
Did you hear that on the clean feed?
No.
Alright.
What did you hear?
So, a Russian advertisement.
It's on our clean feed. Just getting bored. Oh, but now Lyngby, they look to push on ahead as Fasher is Khalil in handle to try and catch out the initial member as Sinners. But now look to hold again. Not quite a man up, but the reality is they're a utility up, and as they deploy smokes, they make their lives a bit easier as these Tech 9s have a bit of a hard time against these M4s and AWPs.
Let's see though, Sinners having the 3-man stack towards B, and it might work out just perfectly. Lyngby at this point, they need to play through the smoke. If they wait a bit more, they've wasted too much time. And do they consider going back towards that A bomb side at this point? We've seen Lyngby being really chaotic in these rotations, and by the looks of it, this is just gonna be the fake, and they're heading back towards A, or are they just checking their backs? This is so awkward, because they have no map control to work with whatsoever, and this is actually gonna be the fake. They're gonna try and double fake that, go towards that A bomb side, and Zetko, he's gonna fall to birth from Sky, which makes it a bit interesting. Beastic falling in his own Molotov, but Shock, he is here, and he can shut them down, and Shock does exactly that, dropping the bomb, 20 seconds on the clock. He needs to win time at this point, and he does. There's the flash, making his way towards Ninja. There is no way that they're ready about it, and Shock single-handedly, with the help of Oscar, is gonna shut them down. Oh, that's a nice one tap to end things with. Sinners, they make it 7.
Beautiful little comeback towards the end of that first half now, but the reality is as we enter this second half, this pistol round is going to be everything to dictate pace and to dictate the tempo of how either team fares. Now, for Lyngby, we know that they're really good at these damn pistol rounds, but Sinners showed on Nuke that actually they still have a chance. We'll see who comes out on top.
They did, and it is as close as it could be. This is pretty much the decider before the decider for me. Because on Vertigo, I think Lyngby are better. I believe they are better. But here, Sinners have the chance to actually do the upset and win in a 2-0 fashion, which would be quite the upset. But at this point, I believe that it would be deserved. It would be fully deserved if they won here. Just on the back of the comeback that they've done so far, on the back of the performance and the approach that they've had. Because, to be fair, they've lost the first half only on the back of losing clutches. All the time, they've been controlling their bank in a pretty decent way, but this pistol could be the recipe of disaster. But they deny, they cancel the play just before going out middle, and this is heartbreaking for Lyngby. Now Bird from Sky with everything to do, deploys the smoke, there's the flashes, trying to get the bullets to connect, but so far, so good for Sinners. They make their way towards the bomb site in a 5 versus 5 retake.
This is good for one. The aggression comes from Bird from Sky. Actually, no, he's there, and Theo Frag shuts him down. Aggression comes either way, though, as shots ring out either way. It all falls down to just the last man, Nathan Safex. Oscar finishes the job, and that is a clean pistol round for Sinners as they tie things up 8-8, and they look to pull ahead and into the lead here.
That almost looked like he was floating in the air. And when I say floating, did you hear about this new restaurant on the moon? I heard that the food is great, but there was no atmosphere whatsoever.
Serge, you gotta stop, man. You gotta stop.
Do I have? I even managed to like make a connection between it and the game, but I wanted to say that one for quite a while now.
How long were you saving that for?
10 minutes.
Well, I'm glad you held on for 10 minutes. Now Lyngby, pistols in hand. It looks to get a bit aggressive towards Banana, but for the time being, let's see if it's enough as Sinners, they're being very, very passive. They know that Lyngby are going to try and get up into their faces, and because of that, they're just going to hold them at arm's length. They're going to keep their distance. They're going to wait to see just who comes their way.
Forced by his own Lyngby trying to go for an aggressive setup towards that B side. So far though, I love the approach by Sinners. They know that there is a force on the other side, and well, Oscar, he doesn't care actually. He doesn't care. Goes for the instant headshot with the scout, and well, the aggressive setup towards Banana, it might not work as planned for Lyngby, as Sinners, they find an early man advantage and potentially 10 rounds if they win this one.
Now let's see how they fare moving forward. Can't see how they fare. I've said it again, but moving forward as Shock's going to make his way up from long. Sweats go out either way. Fashion ready for him, though he's instantly called out by Shock, his teammate, towards Pit, though, in the form of Relax. Good for one before Zedco finishes him. And with that, it's going to be just down to Bird from Sky and Rouse. The last two members are standing to try and do damage wherever possible, but even then, they'll be able to do it.
As you said, this should be pretty much an impossible task for Lyngby, and well, Sinners, they're gonna I think that's the first time that they make the lead here on Inferno, and it is the best time to go for it. Look at that, taking every single player down from the side of Sinners, and well, every single kill going in their way, saving up the Mac 10s. They're gonna be looking up to farm some cash here against the Eco, and Sinners in a pretty decent position to try and close things out right here, right now. Let me remind you, ladies and gents, this could potentially be the final map in the entire tournament. Sinners, they need 7 more to close things out. Lyngby, if they win the map, they're just forcing a third one.
No doubt, and that has to be weighing on their mind at this point as Lyngby go to this eco. Sinners, the confidence must be working for them admirably right now as they move ahead and they look to pull on forward. As for the time being, they'll spot this eco push towards that. Shock, having spotted them, he'll back on away, but he's going, this was only a P250. He knows that his opponents will be on an eco, and this right here is a confidence buy.
It is a confidence buy, and well, they continue. Sinners just snowballing their way through this at this point. Gonna win round number 10, with which they will need only 6 more to win the map and the match with it. Lyngby Vikings, what they should be looking forward to is just trying to put the AWP in the hands of NATO Sapix to maximum use. This is what they need to do. Lyngby, when they're playing the CT side on Inferno, they're a team that's really keen on getting banana control, and they're a team that loves to be aggressive with the ops. We need to see that from them. And the risky part is that if Sinners manage to go for the utter shutdown, because saving up these 2 Mac 10s and the scout is pretty much a bonus round, their economy is gonna skyrocket so much, it's unbelievable.
Now it's going to be a few days you suspended early on. Lyngby Vikings looking to fight for top mid control, looking to fight for top banana control even, as Sinners will be the ones to just throw a bit of names, throw a bit of aggression, but they back down, they back away, and with that, they set up outside apps.
They do, and Sinners in the lead 10-8. Lyngby Vikings lacking on utility, and this is the reason why Sinners are taking a slower approach. They want to bait out utility. They want to make sure that Lyngby have nothing to work with in a potential retake or in a potential defense towards these sides. Now the reaggression will come through, but this is just a fake. They're gonna go back towards that B side, and well, let's see how they fare. As Bird from Sky, he's good for the first, but only for that, as the B split is on. And this is the point where if you're the player towards B, you're in a tough time. Shock, he's gonna hear all of that. Attacks the first, not quite connecting the bullets though, and they need to get rid of the player in ruins. As Sinners, they're currently waiting for the banana push. This is such a messy round. Rouse, he could win it for his team, needs to stand his ground here. Getting pushed from both sides. Rouse in a pretty awkward draw. Finally, Zetko is gonna take him down, and now it's gonna be a tough task for Lyngby. Sinners completely aware that every single Lyngby Vikings player is coming from banana, and Oscar with the scout, he's gonna cement the success here for his team as Lyngby, they're forced to go and save.
I fear for Lyngby now was Nato holding onto the sword. He's actually going to be hunted, and if he misses these shots, he's going to be in a world of hurt. That he is. Oscar shuts him down. He knows the other's there. Relaxed, almost falling. Instead, he's able to come out on top at just the last minute, but the shot comes from behind. It means that for Lyngby, they're going to be in a tough position where they're going to struggle to save an AWP. Relax will just attempt to do so. He'll peek on forward. He'll hear the shots as they try to pressure him down. And, well, if he's unable to save this AWP, which he isn't, then Sinners only do upgrade the scout to an AWP. More importantly, they find around Ralph taking away all of Lyngby's guns. And we see this embodied in their economy now, where they can only really go for pistols and armor in an attempt to shut down this Czech side.
And Lyngby, what do you do from here? You need to go for the half buy. Sinners go 12-8 up, and you're at that point on the city side where you just got completely denied from even saving. So after every single buy round that you lose like this, you're gonna be forced to an eco or a half buy. And for Sinners, they need only 5, and they're looking clinical on the T side so far.
Now let's see how he fares pushing ahead. And well, for now this is going to be a tough hold, but for the most part, there's a bit of a lull as Lyngby, they realise that with just pistols and armor, they've got to back away. They've got to wait to see who they can catch out. But until then, let's see how they pull on ahead.
Sinners, of course, going for the standard B execute. It is a default thing to do in a round like that, but they're not committing just yet. They know there's 1 minute on the clock. They know that Lyngby want to make it confusing. They want to try and save up smokes and just make Sinners run through these ones in the end. But, well, the Czech team, they have other things in mind. As they're baiting out utility towards that B side, they have rotated towards A, where, of course, they're going to be trying to utilize the long-range fights against the pistols. And that's exactly what they will get going out on contact. Well, Bird from Sky caught totally out of position, and now the wrap is in. 4 players coming in from long. NATO Sapphics, he's gonna need something spectacular here if he wants to win it.
I'll tell you what, given how Lyngby have went from so far ahead to essentially almost completely shut down now, it feels like they've almost been lost in revelry as, well, now Rousey tries to get away. He's got players around him. They're trying to spam down. What he's able to do is that's a bomb carrier, actually. And right now, this damage could win the round, but Neofrag shuts him down. The plant is going to go through regardless, and unfortunately, as Relax makes a noise coming out from Banana, he'll be shut down. It falls to his teammate. Or not, actually. Neofrag taken down. 2 on 2, but still a tough position.
Oh, no!
Shock timing, but recovers.
Oh my god, that was... Had he lost this, that was gonna be the round thrown away through the window. Oh my god. That was so close. Sinners, in the end, they make it 12, but it was a messy one nonetheless. It does work, but it shouldn't be that close. That was so messy by Shock. Whew, the timing was... It was scary. It was scary for a second. Sinners now, 12-8, only 4 away from winning this entire thing. And Lyngby Vikings, this is do or die. It's all or nothing for them. They need to win this by round.
Without a doubt. For now, it's going to be Sinners to try and shut down this map, essentially. Lyngby with just a bad buy, well, the best buy they can muster ahead, but their economy, it just hasn't been able to survive. It's just been hammered and bruised throughout the entirety of the second half. And we're looking at now, Birth from Sky, the only man with any reminiscence of economy, that being 2.7 to his name, but even that won't scrape a bye should they be reset here, as they go for a double up set of a risky play, but an understandable one, as they try just something to work against the Sinners side.
Birth from Sky, gonna open things up with a nice skill on to B-Stick, and this is something that Lyngby haven't necessarily had so far. Just the first opening, the ability to play in a 5 versus 4 scenario, and let's see how they fare from now. They go for the double AWP, and Birth from Sky still holding the aggressive angle, but that might actually hunt us. Zetko, oh, the timing is so good for Relax. He's gonna take his head clean off the shoulders, and Sinners now in the 3 versus 5, they're gonna go for the full B executed. Do they have
Standard
what it
execution.
takes?
The standard execution as util flies. It's Birth from Sky able to find one as we're back on away. Not much of a response from Sinners though, as they move on forward. Birth from Sky dropping that smoke just to buy an avenue of exits. As Rouse close towards the box will shut down Neo, and with that, it looks like Sinners may have actually stagnated substantially here.
They haven't. This is a huge round for their economy as well. Oscar good for 1, not quite for the second, as the second AWP will be saved. For Lyngby, they make it 9. They're still ready to fight. Lyngby, they can still fight here. The question is, isn't it a bit too late? Because Sinners are looking clinical on the B side. Yes, Lyngby, they win one. They win it in a dominant fashion. But the question is, now that Sinners know that Lyngby have the double ult, won't they adapt to it? Because they weren't aware. That's the reason that they gave so many peaks in the first place.
Now, see how they fare with Ito going down either way. We see God Molly look to support it, but for Sinners, the same position as before. They can reset Lyngby right now if they can win this round. Bringing a 13th would shatter Lyngby's economy, and let's see how that fares for the time being. As long as execution goes out, they force this player back, though, as actually run through the molly just to be able to make their way up from long. Zetko go for Relax. Spam in from Library, though, will try and find another kill. Rattle's able to respond, center sight, trying to catch out this member, but shot comes out on top, and with that, an A presence is not only shown, but it's asserted and converted. As with that, yeah, a save comes through. Sinners, no choice but to try and hunt now as Lyngby back away.
And Sinners, they actually have enough money to go for this if they want to. They might go for the hunt, and taking these guns out of the hands of Lyngby could potentially win them a lot of rounds in the later stages. And let's see, Lyngby, it is vital for them to at least save the double AWP at this point. NATO, he's good for Oscar. And, well, this might be the cancel. This might be the cancel of the hunt for Sinners. They don't want to lose too many weapons as well on their side. As Neo, he's going to save that AWP. Sinners, they're going to make it 13. 3 away from winning. As Lyngby, well, if it wasn't do or die last time, now it is.
Yeah, and now I do fear. Lyngby, their advantage, their silver lining is that they did win. Well, they did save these 3 weapons, and it means that they can use them moving into the next round. Means that even if they lose this round, they do still have a little bit of economy to scrape them through, to tick them over. But Sinners right now have just an unparalleled amount of momentum, which maybe even on their first half couldn't really match.
(13 to 9) Lyngby Vikings fully investing into this one. Double AWP in the hands of Birth from Sky and NATO. 3 M4s. What can they possibly do? They have the 3-man stack towards that B side in the beginning, and that could massively backfire. Look at Sinners. They're just going for the long crap, and this might work out just perfectly. A Shock! He's gonna shut down Relax. Shock good for the second, and this is the save. This is the save again.
Not only is it a save, but Lyngby, they lose one of the AWPs, and so that buy, again, it just gets worse and worse for every time they save. Sinners, they hit 14, and right now, Shock, he has got the blessings of a deity to hit timings like that. A perfect 2K to single-handedly open up a site and to provide Sinners with a 14th.
And there was no way that Lyngby would be ready for the second round in a row being the same. Like, they did the same round 2 times in a row. No way that Lyngby are ready for it. Last time they were 4 towards A. They failed to defend. Now they were only 2. How can they do something?
Absolutely, and I'm just scared. The Lyngby side, Sinners, they make it 14 now as they lead 14 to 9.
And there's the tactical timeout. Lyngby, they realize this is not Hair Razors. This is not Sinners, they're fired up. They're fired up. They are coming on the way. They're just coming on the back of winning a hell of a game against Sango. They're fired up. They're not making any mistakes. And they're just beasts at this point. You look at Shocked. Just look at Shocked. What are those entries? The timings on those. This is so well played by him. And Sinners, they're looking absolutely phenomenal. 14-9 up. They need only 2 more to win the entire thing right here and right now. If Lyngby want to do something, if they want to have a say in that matter, they need to step up big time.
Without a doubt, and for the time being, gonna be a bit of a hard ask, as we do see Sinners scopes it up, ready to catch up players coming his way. Instead, Lyngby, they don't even consider a push. They drop an early molly, and they that's that presence just showing that Lyngby and Al a bit scared deploying mollies that quickly. And even though they actually have a fair bit of utility because of the saves, in fact, because they're on the cusp of match point onto the opposing team, and well, any mistake right now from Lyngby is going to go fully punished.
It is indeed. There's the smokes. There's the execute towards that A-bomb side. They need to be careful. There's the mollies to counter the play. Relax needs to be careful though. Fasher goes for the first, goes for the second. And this might be just exactly what saves him here. NATO Staffing's the first, the second for him as well. And just like that, Oscar, he is all on his own. 1 versus 4.
Perfect stuff by him now, and well, with that, let's see how he fares pushing ahead as for now. As Oscar saves his weapon, Lyngby, they hit 10, and potentially there's a glimmer of hope here for them. Whether or not this victory is kind of that glimmer of hope or the whispers of a death rattle, we'll have to see.
The thing is that for Oscar, the game here is maximum damage, but Rouse, he won't allow that. Lyngby, they make it 10, and still, they're not out of it. They can still fight. The problem here is that Sinners have so much money. They're gonna have pretty much the same buy round that they had last time. And going for the fast middle execute once again, I believe it might work out because Lyngby, there's no way that they are ready for it at this point. And look at that, they're actually second guessing themselves whether they go 3 towards A or 3 towards B. One player is just staying in the spawn, ready to go fast rotation. Oh, and look at that. That's just ugly. Rouse.
That's horrific.
He just deleted them.
That is just brutal. 3k for him there, and now Lyngby look like they might be able to use a bit of a comeback. Because again, still have 2 members left standing, and as Lyngby looks to pull on ahead, this could be a tough position to be in.
It could. Oscar and Beastick left in the 2 versus 5. It is just a matter of how much damage can they do at this point. But, well, Lyngby, they look pretty solid at this point. Sinners, they're gonna have enough money to reinvest yet again, but I think at this point they might even consider saving the AK and the AWP.
For now, try to do a little bit of damage done, well, wherever, but with the safe coming through, he's bearing by Sinners. Their economy is not as good as you'd expect, and Beasticky, he'll hold on to this AWP, or not, that's just a restrained bird from Sky, and that, Lyngby, they look to pull ahead now.
And the buy from Sinners is going to be a shaky one if they decide to go for the full investment here. They shouldn't be underestimating the situations like that, Sinners. This could easily slip away at this point. And they're going to go for the half buy. I love that from them. It just shows that they're disciplined. And at this point, they haven't forgotten in what kind of a situation they are. They haven't forgotten against what kind of a team they're playing. And Oscar going for the AWP, 4 pistols. What could they do here?
Now let's see, as for the most part, Sinners on just the odd pistol here or there actually go for a bit of an eco, and I think that must be heartbreaking for them to do, but I understand the thought process behind it. The idea is just maybe get the odd gun and maybe just go and build a bit of economy, but for now, Lyngby, this is their freebie.
Oscar leading a charge with the AWP. What a shot is that from Oscar, and even the follow-up tack onto Rouse. Rouse picking up the AWP, making sure that they don't save a second one, and this could actually become dangerous. He's still on his own. They don't over-rotate. They don't send a single player towards that B side, and Rouse, he's on his own. There's the flash. They're gonna just run through this smoke. Rouse needs to be careful though, Deploys the smoke to try and play around. Has the AWP, needs to be careful. There's pistols on the other side. Rouse missing the initial shot, and he's gonna go down to Setko. And are they calling the save? They are. Bistic, he's gonna take that relax, and this is the save. Sinners, they have won the eco. Lyngby Vikings
Lord.
collapsing, and this might have just costed them the entire tournament.
That is heartbreaking almost for this side, and let's see how they fare moving on ahead and what's going to be a bit of a tough showing now. And well, there's 15 hits. Lyngby, they run away, tails between their legs. They're actually being hunted by Beastie right now, and well, for Lyngby, they can buy up nonetheless, but the reality is right now they're trying to stop Sinners from getting these guns rather than holding on to the ones they have.
Yeah, and Sinners, maybe they realize that they don't have a lot of money on their side as well, so they're just gonna back off. They're happy with that. They want to allow themselves, even if they lose the following up round, to have a full buy. But winning a round with the pistols in this situation, this is just terrifying. It is heartbreaking. Surely not the way that you want to lose.
Flat out, and well, for now, it's going to be a tough showing ahead, and I do fear for Lyngby Vikings right now, who, reality is, they do need to get 4 rounds on the bounce to try and stay alive, rather than to push ahead rather than trying to push ahead and to take the game. They just need to do this to stay alive, and as Neofrag finds Rouse, that's instantly an opening in favor of Sinners, and Lyngby, they find themselves in such a tough spot now.
Sinners, 5 versus 4, 15-11. This is a perfect situation for them. This could be the potentially last round in the entire tournament, ladies and gents. Lyngby, they need to find a way to win it. Man disadvantage. Both AWPs, though, are in play still. NATO, Sapphics, Bird from Sky, they need to step up big time here for their team. As Sinners, they're playing the slow round. They're going for the A execute, but still, they might as well fall back. They have control all over Banana. They know that there isn't a player from Lyngby to have pushed deeper. But NATO, he's going for the peak, Oscar. He's ready for it.
Ooh. With that now, it falls down to a 3-on-5, and Lyngby, they're going to be in a hell of a lot of trouble now. 45 seconds left remaining, and they've got no utility whatsoever. They've got the odd smoke, but as BCQ finds relax, that smoke is lost, and with that, it falls down to a 2-on-5. Util goes flying, smokes get deployed towards the safe side. Fashion, the lone man on the defense, good for one, looks for more, unable to find anything though, with shock to finishes the job. It's all on Bird from Sky. Neofrag takes him down, and Sinners are your victors of the Shadow League.
Ladies and gentlemen, after almost 1 month of CS out of 16 teams, the Czech powerhouse of Sinners, they are your winners. They take it by storm. A 2-0 fashion against the likes of Lyngby Vikings. And well, wasn't that a deserved one? Sinners not dropping. They dropped only 1 map for the entire tournament. Across the entire tournament, playing 6 best of 3s, dropping only 1 map.
Absolutely incredible by Sinners right now. They show to the world that they are the triumphant team here. They take down Lyngby Vikings. They show why they're the highest rated team here, and they prove it admirably. Yeah. They go on ahead. They take it unchallenged by Lyngby, and with that, they go as victors. Commiserations to Lyngby, who again did a great job to put a number onto them, but it just was not enough. Sinners, they rise and they conquer.
And they do so in a pretty convincing fashion, managing to upset Lyngby. And this is exactly what we spoke about. Lyngby, they were coming into this final as the favorites on the back of Sinners. Sinners played a pretty long best of 3 before this final. Lyngby coming with a stronger map who into this one, going on their best map in the first place, having their second best, or rather their best as the decider and their second best as the first. They had every single chance to win the series, but Sinners winning Nuke just cemented their way to the victory. And on Inferno, it wasn't even close. Sinners...
Something else as well. Quickly. Sinners, they went into this tournament ranked 65 in the world.
Yeah.
They leave at rank 30.
And I believe that they will go even further after this one. I believe that after winning this one, they might go into top 20. And this is just perfect for Sinners. Absolutely perfect performance by Neofrag as well. He has 45 kills on his name and 30 deaths. That's quite impressive. And ladies and gents, well, it was absolute pleasure for us. It was absolute pleasure for me, for Kremer, for every single other caster. which of course makes Retro, Surfer, MJ for every single one of us. It was an absolute pleasure to cast this entire tournament. Mr. Creme de la Creme, do you have some final words towards our beautiful, beautiful audience?
Yeah, thank you so much for you guys for coming in to watch the tournament. You know, as casters, we don't speak to players. Frankly, our only opinion on the teams is based on you guys. You are our soul when we watch games, and well, I couldn't have asked for a better audience. You guys have been absolutely incredible, especially you Sinners fans who've been there every single game, spamming that little mask to show your support. It means the world to us. Thank you so much, and well, with that, let's hope to see you in the next one.
And ladies and gents, by that, well, I want to thank you, even personally, out of everything. I want to thank you personally. I've casted every single map in this entire tournament, and it has been absolute pleasure. You've been absolutely phenomenal, and well, I can tell you one thing for sure. We're gonna miss it. I'm gonna miss it. Kremer is gonna miss it. We are gonna miss the Shadow League. I got used to it. I'm gonna miss looking at Lick Sonic. I'm gonna miss looking at Sandman. I'm gonna miss the little masks in the chat, the hearts, everything, guys. Thank you for being with us, and well, I can tell you for a fact, we're gonna come back stronger for Season 2. Hopefully, we still don't have confirmation if this is gonna happen. Maybe we get some leaks in the chat right now from production, maybe not, but we're gonna come back stronger. And ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being with us. We love you. Congratulations to Sinners, and we're gonna see you really soon. Tune in for more tournaments here at the Shadow League.